أكبر. Good evening, wherever you are watching in Victoria, across the nation or around the world, and welcome to Series Futsal in 2026. Welcome to the new season, where all the preparation, planning, waiting and wondering reaches, where it all departs from. Tonight, all of our sides leave base camp, embarking on a climb towards the summit, which they all seek. The curtain raiser and the grand reveal for all that these teams have drawn up over the off-season, over the summer. And what an occasion to mark it on. It is a glorious evening, the kind of luscious and lovely late summer evening that you can only find in this part of the world. Two sides with very, very new look outcomes for themselves this season are the early kickoff tonight. Aku enter the year on the back of a title-laden 2025. Back-to-back title wins now has them with a hat-trick of crowns. And they, as the reigning champions, are wanting to clinch a fab fourth. But in their way are a Northcote side with their ceiling still unknown. Only the pair of Fos Cup games as the sample size, a real glimpse into what this side can do. And although there isn't a lot in terms of that when it's come to this side, there is a lot of talent which this team possesses. A new season brings about a clean slate, and they'll be hoping to start in the best way possible, perhaps with a scalp of the reigning champions, who are eager for the perfect start themselves as they look to kick off their defence. My name's Ethan Rigg, and I'm joined on commentary by Oscar Bryant. Good evening, Oscar.
Good evening, Ethan. Pleasure to be here alongside you, and what a bring-in it is for the 2026 season.
Both of these sides have had a couple of looks at one another early. Northcote trading the usual teal and black for a pink strip, and for Melbourne Aku, the reigning champions, an eternal evergreen as opposed to the victorious violet they had for majority of 2025. A very, very interesting campaign for them. A few departures through the off-season, a lot of reshaping for QEMU to have to do for his side. A lot of new faces, a lot of new additions. And Amy Whiting from the sideball was hoping for a devilish deflection beyond Rebecca Yee. Didn't quite get one. Northcote have had a couple of early looks. Here's Yamashita. Happy to drop it off for Annabelle Mergianos. One of those new signings in the, well, really from the ashes of Northern Phoenix. Tanaka. Bennett. Turns it for Tanaka. Bennett made a darting run, and it's a smashing ball to find her! And Northcote hit the front!
Northcote have liftoff in Series Futsal and 2026. What a finish it was. Great through ball. And Jaina Bennett just tucks it away nicely through Rebecca Yee's legs.
Terrific from Tanaka, who just threaded it through a forest to find her. And now they might be on the charge for another. Northcote hoping to make a real statement to start this new year. Whiting wasn't able to find a way forward. Tanaka went with height, and Yee had to gather just as Tomita was lurking, and now Aku have an opportunity to go on the break themselves. Foster with the drive, was blocked well by Tanaka. Tomita couldn't sort her feet out. Foster still battling, and then Tanaka came to take over and calm the situation down by finding Whiting, who cleared only as far as Yamashita. Went with height. Tomita dangled a leg, which almost momentarily obscured Daly, but she gathered well. Rolled it on for Whiting. Good retreat again in defence, which is mopped up by Yamashita. Northcote not ceding a yard at the moment. Foster finds Reed, who has Whiting to go at. Foster switches for Yamashita. Wanting to go the long way around Bennett, who marshalled expertly and saw it over the line.
Daly to bring the ball back into play. Looks for a long ball over the top to Noah Vale, and it's picked up by Rebecca Yee, who will roll quickly to Annabelle Mergianos. Switch ball for Foster. Starts again. Looks for the through ball. And here's Reed. The pass is cut out of the back, and Northcote looks to just retain possession.
Change to the way the North could have looked to go about things as Tomita with height for Tanaka, who tried to turn it towards Bennett once again. Rebecca, you did well this time to mop up the danger. It's a much more possession-based approach from what we saw in those two Fos Cup games that they played. Whiting was in well. Got away from Foster momentarily. Whiting, Tomita made a run, it was cut up by Yamashita, who rolled it on for Reed. Aku have 2-on-1, Daly makes a brilliant save. Reed did the right thing by closing the angle, drilled it at the near post, but beats Daly. Tomita into a corner away from Foster. Offside. And just didn't quite catch her effort as sweetly as she would have hoped.
Almost taking out spectators there was Yam.
Aka to that advance well, the ball just had a bit too much on it. But it's a much more positive start from Northcote to this new year. With Aku, the system is well known. 3 titles in a row. A side who have really dominated just the last 18 months. The last 2 calendar years of futsal. They find themselves in unfamiliar territory, however. This season looks a little bit more like they're going to have to rebuild as some of the core from those title wins have moved on.
Yeah, you're right, but I'm sure they won't have a lot of trouble rebuilding to maybe not quite the level they had the last 3 years, but definitely close to it, as they have excellent coaching staff with Kui Mu and Joe Ocon this year, who's back. I think they'll have no worries getting back up to that level. They'll just obviously take a few weeks to gel together and get to know each other and get into the season.
Time of the essence, as always. It wasn't quite the quick-fire, fever-pitched end to 2025 that we had in the league, but getting a good start still matters. Aku looking for a leveller. Daly again at a near post. Does well to deny Fordyce Crocker. Just stole a yard on Bennett. Daly got the angles right. Her side ball taken out for Foster. It's a beauty. Drilled in with force. And Aku, who've been knocking on the door, have themselves a leveller.
Well, Paige Daly was not sighted of the ball there, and what a finish it was by Foster. Just tucked it away on the half volley into the bottom corner. Not a lot the keeper could do.
A Katie Foster corker on opening night. Aku have got themselves back on terms. Parity restored after they suffered the shock of going behind early. Since taking control of things, Yamashita went down the line for Mergianos, who had Tanaka to drive at. Yamashita went back once more. Duff, again for Yamashita. Duff, one of the younger players that's been called up into this side by QEMU. Tanaka now driving. Couldn't tiptoe around Yamashita, whose challenge was a good one.
Tanaka will bring it in for Northcote. Sharik recycles to Daly. Tanaka back in the middle. And they've lost out here, Duff. Switched out to Majanos. Takes it down the line and it's good defending. Well cut up and Northcote could go on the break here. Back and forth it goes. Now Aku have a chance to go forward. And the ball will find its way to touch.
Majanos just tried to quickly clip it round the corner. The run had gone a fraction too early. But it's much better from Melbourne Aku, who have stolen the momentum since going level. Hewitt couldn't quite find a yard down the line. It has been an opening stand where possession's been hard to come by. Fordyce Crocker got away from Hewitt. Whiting then went in to win it, set it back for Tomita. Hewitt's got a yard on the right-hand side. Checked away from Mergianos, rolled it on for Whiting, who evaded Yamashita. Tomita couldn't keep it alive on the switch. Much more incisive from Northcote, who have really looked to spring quickly on the counter and make life a misery for Melbourne Aku. Deflected clearance finds Hewitt. Good challenge from Duff. Went out for Tomita. It's a tidy ball down the line. Galina. Stepped away from one, stepped away from two. Now Tomita's turn to charge. Fordyce Crocker's challenge is a good one. They're in a hurry. Tanaka, Tomita wanted the 1-2. Galina couldn't quite get there. An important foot in. Daly, alert to the danger, quickly out to sweep and clear. Esther Benedek, the one with a good challenge in. Another one of those new additions to this Melbourne Aku side. It's very interesting to see how they'll gel this season. Yamashita's on the march, however, but a touch was too heavy and it allowed Tanaka just to come across.
It was a good fall forward there, but just the touch took it out past Page for a goalkeeper's ball.
Tomita. Tanaka, who dropped off, just inviting Yamashita to go and press. Aku fall into it. Galina did well to turn, but again, couldn't find a way beyond Benedek, who did well. Duff, that's a lovely ball. Fordyce Crocker tried to turn around the corner for Yamashita, who didn't oblige with an advancing run. North could reset through Tomita. Hewitt. Tomita once more. A very patient and precise approach from Isho Haskell's side. Lovely turn from Hewitt. His ball for Galina was just a bit too heavy, but that is the real difference. It's a side now who, despite being patient in their build-up, Oscar, aren't going to miss the opportunity to just turn and go.
Yeah, I think it's good. They're keeping the ball well, and when the opportunity comes, they're going forward the way they should. And the more they play together and the more games they have, as Fordyce Crocker has a chance here, just across the middle. Couldn't find Tanaka, but it was a good ball.
And that is still the danger that is ever present from the thrice-time champions, hoping to retain their rule on the land. Although you get the feeling this season they'll face more stern resistance than perhaps they have done in seasons gone by. It's stern resistance from Benedek, just as Hewitt was looking to wriggle away. Galina, switch for Bennett, who just broke away from Fordyce Crocker momentarily. Set it back for Tomita, who's got Yamashita to go at. Bennett. Tidy from Fordyce Crocker. Hewitt came across to lend a helping hand. Tomita's ball was a lovely one. Galina couldn't quite find Bennett, who was all on her own inside the area. Northcote went direct and ever so nearly found themselves an opportunity to have another look at Rebecca Yee.
Elena Reed's got it under control and just giving it away. Northcote could counter here. Get shots on and good save from Rebecca Yee.
Still trying to find a way through at the moment on Northcote. Daly quickly on for Tomita. Bennett wanted it on the switch, was urging for it, went for Galina. Duff's read was a good one. Tomita did well to win it back. Galina cleared away, over towards us. First one of the new year. The commentary box had one crash towards it.
Almost taking out our background.
Aku looking to reset. Yamashita threaded it for Ridu. His touch was heavy. Tomita did well. Hewitt protected the space well, but Yamashita read it equally as just. Bennett was bundled over, and Northcote have a free kick. They're in a hurry to get things underway once more. Bennett. Lovely bit of footwork to get away from Reed. Bennett beyond Yamashita. Set it for Tomita. Shouts for a handball waved away by Ben, the official on the far side. Rebecca Yee gathered well. Yamashita for Reed, who wanted a 1-2. Hewitt in retreat did well. It found its way to Bennett via a bit of a skirmish. Tomita. It's a well-timed run from Whiting. And an equally as well-timed retreat from Duff, who did superbly well. Just finding ways to stifle out the danger at the moment. Northcote are knocking on the door, wanting a truly bright start to the season. Hewitt peeled away momentarily. Whiting thought about it, then went back for Bennett. Tomita. Again, can't turn beyond Duff. Safe to say he's made a very positive start. Yamashita with a good foot in, only found Bennett to meet her. Wanted to thrash it for Whiting on the far side, and deflection took it back for Rebecca Yee. Yamashita, Reed, took a touch off Tomita as she tried to drop it off. Another new introduction for Melbourne Aku. A lot of them this season, as we've already alluded to, a side in, some might say, transition. But you still sense that they have the strength to challenge right at the very top.
They certainly do. And it just looks like a few cobwebs need to be shaken out at the start of the season, getting used to playing with each other and starting to gel as Duff wins the ball back in the middle. She finds a pass to Reed, who flicks it out to Tanaka. Yamashita, rather. Her ball across the middle couldn't quite find Elena Reed.
Aku having some joy down the right-hand side.
Yeah, they're moving the ball well. It's just both teams in the final third can't quite finish it off.
Both in need of a goal that would take them ahead, as we are at the halfway stage of the first half of the new season. Daly went searching. Hewitt obliged with a run, but it had too much on it. Almost timed to perfection. That direct route can prove fruitful. Rebecca Yee in for Reed, who did supremely well to take it down. Rolled it on for Yamashita. Went to work intricately. But again, they can't find a way through. Arifa Alayari wanted to turn. Reed had made the run. It trickles out of play. From the first ball this season, Whiting got a flick and scored. Routes 1 paid off for Northcote. They have their lead back, and the Aku bench want a foul.
Two hands in the back there, Joseph Ocon saying, but it looked like she just held her off in her own right and got her head on the ball down to the bottom corner. It was a good finish there.
Officials uninterested. Northcote are ahead once again. The most direct of fashions and the most delicate of flicks to find the back of the net. First Jana Bennett, now Emmy Whiting off the mark for the new season. Foster, who already has one of her own two. Lovely turn from Reed, who had options left and right. Hewitt then came across to help Tanaka. Set back for Duff, whose strike wasn't that far away.
It was a nice play there, and you wonder if Reed should have just sent her across one more to Aliyari on the back post. In the end, went back to Duff, who couldn't quite hit the target as Daly throws long. Whiting tries to hold up. She's lost out to Aliyari, and it'll be a Northcote side ball. Hewitt brings it in. Whiting back to Hewitt. Across the goal. Whiting left it, but there was no one behind her, and Duff will bring the ball back in for Melbourne Aku.
Isho Haskell cutting a very animated figure on the touchline. Full of plenty of encouragement. They made a very bright start. Hewitt's press is superb, and she kept going. Rebecca Yee made a vital save. There was an advantage. Hewitt still lurking. Whiting wanted to find her. Reed, Duff, Whiting in retreat did well and clipped it out of play. And there will be an accumulated foul for that impediment. Isho Haskell wants a yellow card as well. Hewitt was clean through, dragged back, and now dangles a leg. Went his way to Tomita. Aliyari couldn't find a way through. Hewitt. Whiting had gone down the line. Foster left the foot in, and Northcote have a corner.
Hewitt will take. She looks down the line for Whiting. Back to Hewitt, and the ball finds no touch and goes out for a goalkeeper's ball. Rebecca Yee.
You mentioned cobwebs earlier, that first set piece. An example of maybe a couple that have been dusted off already for Northcote. Didn't quite come to fruition the way they wanted it to. I'm sure that will sharpen up as the season goes on. Tanaka did well just to see it out. Foster was lurking once more. Here is Emily Tanaka. Hewitt dropped off. Whiting peeled away. It was a well-timed run. The ball just had too much on it. She wasn't able to keep the move alive. Aliyari had her ball cut out by Tanaka, who read tidily and turned terrifically. Tanaka might have a go! Rebecca Yee was at full stretch and thankful to see it whiz past the far post. Another really good look for Northcote, who in this first half have asked plenty of questions of the reigning champions. Mergianos' ball was a good one, read well by Hewitt, who was happy to clear her lines. First of 3 tonight in a really, really exciting opening eve of not just the women's season, of the Series Futsal calendar in and of its entirety. 1-0 and Vic Lions next, and then a return for Carlton Heart against Fitzroy in the late kick-off. See off opening night. It's a lovely step from Foster and a tidy ball as well. Aku again searching, Tanaka in retreat. Fordyce Crocker did well, Hewitt cleared away, Mergianos is following. Was fired wide of the far post.
She had a good look there, just couldn't quite get the angles right. Sent it wide of Paige Daly, who looks long again. This time Aliari equal to it, wins the ball. Out to Fordyce Crocker, who'll switch across. And it ends up out for Aku ball. Battling in the middle, strong.
Important foot in from Whiting. They've just been very good at breaking up Melbourne Aku attacks early on at the moment, Northcote. It's a side that are night and day from the one which took place in the Foz Cup towards the end of the year just gone. Tanaka in retreat, hustled by Mergianos and hustled out of play. It's the kind of energy that Annabelle Mergianos brings to this side. Good new addition from Northern Phoenix. Alayari went out the other way. Fordyce Crocker's touch was heavy. It allowed Whiting to win in. Tomita steered it on for her. Hewitt had advanced and ever so nearly got on the end of it. Alayari did enough at the last second to steal across and just make sure that Louise Hewitt wasn't clean through.
Alayari will bring it back in. The ball was off the line and the referees turned it over. It's a big chance for Northcote here. Set piece up the court. Maybe some of the newer Aku girls not so well versed in the rules here at Series Futsal.
Golden opportunity. And the ball was rolling and it'll go the other way.
Referees doing their job well as always. As hard as it is.
Seb on broadcast side, ever watchful. Yamashita. Next goal is massive, because Fordyce Crocker wants to ensure it goes green. Tanaka did well to read it, and now she's got room to drive into. Whiting up with her. Mergianos in retreat was magnificent. Fordyce Crocker fought well. Foster switched it. Mergianos has now got a yard. Hewitt came across. Mergianos twisted out of trouble. Yamashita on the switch! Clipped it wide. But again, much more energetic from Melbourne Aku.
They're starting to flow, Ethan. The ball's moving nice and fast and lots of chances coming left, right and centre. Just need to start hitting the target a little bit more and they're looking good, Aku.
Momentum and pendulum has swung, as it tends to do. Opening night of the season. And of a big season as well. Can't understate the importance of just what a successful campaign means for all of these sides. Aku would be formidable if they were to go again. There are plenty hunting, plenty of strengthened. The dilution of talent in this league is truly terrific. 6 sides who can all have a go at one another. Yamashita tiptoed around Hewitt balletically. Fordyce Crocker couldn't find a ball in. It was blocked well by Whiting. Yamashita. Mergianos went first time and nearly whipped it wondrously into the far corner.
Was on the back post there for Fordyce Crocker, but she couldn't quite get on the same wavelength as Mergianos. Would have been able to roll her home for a goal, but that's the thing of the new team. They got to gel together, as I've been saying. In a couple of weeks after they've played with each other for longer, they'll get onto those passes and finish off those chances, but it'll come.
Yamashita's challenge, a good one on Hewitt. Tanaka. Whiting wanted to steer it on for Tomita. Foster did well. For Melbourne Aku in particular, tonight's also an opportunity to extinguish a bit of a drab Foz Cup run at the end of last season when they were knocked out by eventual winners 1-0. And certainly a reminder that they will want to get rid of. Tanaka nodded it back to herself, then found Tomita. Had Whiting, drew two, threaded for Hewitt, who kept Yamashita at bay. And Louise Hewitt worked the yard for herself wonderfully. And despite nearly turning into a dark green cul-de-sac, spun out of it quite suavely. Whiting with whip. Rebecca Yee happy to push it away.
Isha Haskell not happy on the Northcote bench with the distance from the side ball. Players have to be 5 meters away. And it's always hard when they're too close, you can't get your shots off. So ref Ben on the far side now making sure that Aku are the required distance.
Clearance from Foster. Fordyce Crocker now has an opportunity. Tanaka's pocket picked. Round Daly and off the post.
What a chance for Fordyce Crocker. She did all the right things, just took a little bit of a heavy touch around Paige Daly and couldn't finish it off. They've won the corner. She'll bring it in for Foster and a great save by Paige Daly. Majanos wins it back. Can she get her shot away? It's won back by Hewitt, who will go on the counter. But great recovery from Majanos. High press now from Northcote. And the ball finds touch. High octane futsal here. Women's Series Futsal 2026.
4.5 to half time. And these sides now getting out of first gear. Fordyce Crocker, who came within inches of making it 2 apiece. Hewitt's turn was superb, as was the challenge in retreat. Fordyce Crocker had to get across. It was a delightful drift from Louise Hewitt. And yet another look for Northcote. Is there one last look in the first half? Is there one more line to be written, chapter to be penciled as Tanaka forced Rebecca Yee to push over at the expense of a corner? Northcote now with a bit of a flurry towards the end. Bennett's take, Yamashita telegraphed it well. Bennett's side ball. Tomita just peeled away. Got a yard on Duff. And wins another corner. 2 in a succession now for Northcote.
You feel there has to be one coming here for Northcote. Set pieces back to back. Just need a shot on target. They have done, but it's a good save by Rebecca Yee. And out for another side ball up the court for Northcote.
Tomita's take, got it back from Tanaka. Tiptoed terrifically. Cut it back for Hewitt. It was blocked, and then Rebecca Yee made a brilliant stop. A truly brave punch to steer it away from Bennett, who was lurking.
And that was the chance for Northcote there. Hewitt had a shot, but couldn't quite get her feet sorted out. And it's won back by Fordyce Crocker here. They can go the other way. Aku 3v2. Good ball through, but it doesn't quite find Benedek on the run. They had it on there, the counter, 3v2. Maybe could have taken a little more time on the ball.
Interesting note. No timeouts yet in the first half. Who will be the first to call them in? We're still with 1 to give as we approach that end of this season's first 20. Tomita, Tanaka, again inviting the Aku press, and this time it works to good avail. Benedek and Duff in tandem did well. Yamashita, Duff steered it for Benedek, who got a yard on Tomita and Bennett. Set back for Yamashita, who went low. And Daly got a touch. An important fingertip just to steer it wide of the far post. Yamashita's take Fordyce Crocker. Stole in nimbly. Just couldn't quite apply the finishing touch. Daly looks direct. Hewitt the target. It's been something that North could have gone too frequently in this first half. They've looked to go direct. They've looked to take the distance away from Aku. Duff lost out on this occasion. Now Tomita can charge. Had an early strike. Just didn't quite catch it.
Well, Daly's throws have been on point tonight as well. Most of them right on the area you want to be, on top of the target and the keeper. It's a good option to go to.
Yeah, Mashita. Benedek. Good switch for Duff. Fordyce Crocker just stole a yard goal side of Tanaka, and Duff finds her now. Those two working well in a pair. And Duff with a drive. Well, wasn't too far away from Daly's near post. Happy to see it fly wide. Reed reinstated. Bennett. Threaded terrifically for Tomita, who had Whiting. Yamashita stuck a leg out and got an important ricochet.
Still no timeout here for either team. You would think at this point a set piece would bring a timeout in.
Under 3 to the break. Whiting was looking for Tanaka. Yamashita read it. Reed is all on her own, but Daly wins the race. And she had to. A massively important intervention from Paige Daly, who timed her charge to perfection. Danger isn't quite gone. Duff, Reed, Bennett this time with timing of the essence in that challenge. Tanaka, they nearly worked themselves into trouble. Tomita had 2 to contend with. Benedict. Reed. On the switch was Duff, who tiptoed terrifically. Benedict continued her run, cut out by Bennett. Tanaka, happy to find touch. Two to the break. Is there a late look? Reed, who had her 4 seconds expire. Right as she was about to restart. Little moments. They can have so much weight, they can prove ever so costly. Bennett, Tomita, Tanaka. Who did well to work a yard for herself. Duff read well. And now they're on the charge again. 3-on-2 momentarily. Reed had a hit. And Daly judged the bobble well. Gave it quickly for Whiting, who wasn't able to go down the line to find Bennett.
Good game awareness there from Duff to get in front of her man, her player.
Aliari as well in retreat. Just was there to lend a helping hand and there to steer them out of what could have been a precarious situation. This time Bennett with a good challenge. And Duff again in retreat was diligent, but not diligent enough. Bennett, Whiting was all on her own, but just couldn't quite get it under. Millimetres from a golden look at 3-1. Duff, Reed, who couldn't turn to Tomita, who did terrifically. Reed didn't give up on it. Wanted to charge, wasn't able to. Late instructions from Joseph Akon. Just ensuring everybody's followed. Lovely ball from Reed. Duff wanted Aliari. And Tanaka was alert and positioned to perfection.
Unselfish from Duff. Maybe she thought she should have had a go as it recycles to Yamashita. Looks through the middle and is cut out by Northcote as they come on the attack here. Ball remains in. And it's won by Elena Reed.
Bennett did well to keep that alive. Could ever so easily have just trickled out of play. Instead wins a side ball, but more importantly keeps the momentum inside the final minute of the first half. Tomita, Whiting's flick. Rebecca E this time, happy to watch it trickle into touch. Havaku got one last lunge to restore parity before half-time. Reed's return, found Aliari. Yamashita. Reed, it's a tidy turn around the corner. Aliari on the drive, Tanaka on the block. Again, Northcote sit deep. Bennett, Tomita. Work their way out of trouble terrifically. Tomita happy to slow it to a stop. Bennett, down the line for Whiting. Tanaka, her only support. Bennett then came in too. Tanaka, one up by Duff. Reed, who went with height. Found Yamashita on the far side. Aliari the late run. Reed at the back post. Just couldn't keep balance to try and steer it goalwards. Is that their look? 8 seconds to the break. It might have been a final foray for a half-time leveller. Daly looks long. Whiting and Yamashita entangled. Final act of the first half. One of energy, one of entertainment. Is there one last moment? Whiting to Mita, who was nearly sold short. Rebecca E wants to get it going, but the time will expire before anything else can. Half time for the first time in 2026, and so far for Northcote, opening night is going as planned. They took the lead early through a bit of Jaina Bennett brilliance. Aku got themselves level as Foster thumped home her first goal of the season, but Northcote got themselves ahead with a Whiting flick. Half time in Darabin. It's Melbourne Aku 1, Northcote 2. Halfway on the opening night, and so far for Northcote it is going as planned. They will, albeit having the only team to have completed a match so far, go to the top of the tree momentarily tonight if it stays this way for them. For Melbourne, Aku, it was a really up and down half. Oscar, they had opportunities but never seemed to find a clear rhythm.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Both teams, a lot of chances in the first half, and it's looked scrappy throughout tonight. But I think, well, obviously Northcote finished off a bit stronger and they go up 2-1 at half-time. Yeah. But I think the game doesn't display a one-sided game at all. I think it's very even, and I think throughout the night, the longer it goes on, the more Aku will start to show their professionalism and their experience, especially with Kuimu at the helm, and they should start to put away some more chances.
They had 2 straight corners for Northcote in quick-fire succession to start the second half. They made almost the most of their set plays in the first period as well. Gianos' ball down the line gave Foster one to chase. She wasn't quite able to. We mentioned the importance of cohesion. Here's a new look Aku side, and Yamashita nearly flicked beyond Yi into her own net. Rebecca Yi came and didn't get there. And Northcote have 3 corners inside 30 seconds. Whiting's take. Bennett was at the near post. Duff did well. Mergianos battled with Tanaka, who got the final touch. Yamashita, who steps in as de facto leader of this Aku side this evening. Threaded for Foster. Just a split second of indecision between her and Mergianos, and the attacker got away from them.
Perhaps looking for a new challenge, a lot of the Aku players from last season. A few have moved on to new clubs, and Yamashita left almost on her own to rebuild the new team. With a lot of new players coming in, it's hard work for a player to have to get used to new players. So props to herself and to the management at Aku. It's a hard challenge to take on, but I'm sure they're up to it.
And not just many players, important pieces of that title-winning dynasty. Clarissa Allerton moved on, as did Mary Hugh Beak. Amanda Araha. A lot of names. It's been a summer of some movement in Series Futsal. The transfer market has been open and active, isn't quite shut yet, so there is still opportunity for teams to make their move and to acquire any pieces that they think might take them over the top, might set the narrative in their favour. Yamashita, Foster, away from Tomita. But her ball wasn't able to find an advancing Annabelle Mergianos. Very interesting case up next. Victorian Lions and 1-0. 1-0 have made 3 new signings. But for Victorian Lions, 9 new additions in the calendar year alone. To see how that comes together is going to be truly something, and it is up next, so you won't have to wait long to find out. There's Mergianos, drops it back for Yamashita, had Foster down the line, set it back for her. Wanted to thread on the return. Tomita and Tanaka worked it out well. Away from Yamashita, wanting to draw Duff and split them superbly to find Whiting. Tanaka, Tomita, Bennett, whose ball was a loose one, and it broke for Yamashita, who was starved of options further forward. Foster left it, Duff gave it a hit. And Daly, thankful it didn't dip devilishly.
Off a standing foot there from Duff, it's always hard to get control of the ball, but she made a good effort. As Daly, another long throw. Good win by Duff, and it looks like a handball to bring the ball down, and Ben on the far side agrees. Hewitt handled the ball.
Again, that direct route going to be one of particular peppering for Northcote. Whiting to roll it on for Bennett. Duff read tidily and now is on the charge. 2 up with her, one of whom is Foster, the other is Yamashita, who couldn't find a leg to control and then finish at the far post. It was a lightning quick Melbourne Aku break. Northcote caught out and had their blushes spared. As Daly direct again for Whiting, and Rebecca Yee, uncertain whether to stay or go and claim, parries away for a corner.
Daly is causing a lot of trouble for Aku with her long throws and finding the ball over the top for Whiting. Aku not quite sure how to deal with it at the moment, as the shot comes in and it's a good block by Mergianos, and the ball will find its way back to Daly. Looks long again. Whiting goes up, Yee up as well, and a good fist in wins it. Yamashita will clear away, and Foster keeps it in, back to Duff. Looks for the counter now, but it's won back well. Here comes Bennett. Yamashita went to ground, and Duff came across superbly to clear the ball.
Misho Haskell also not best pleased about the attention that Bennett received in that challenge. Both coaching staff had a word with the officials at half-time, just with their own particular quandaries as to what went on in the first period. Whiting. Tanaka steered it, Bennett lurked in. And Duff got an important deflection to steer it away for a corner. The late run nearly won, which turned out in terrific fashion. Whiting's take flashed across the face, and Bennett again was lurking. Almost barged her way through to steer in what would have been a brace for her. Yamashita. As Aku reset. Threaded ball wasn't able to go further than Bennett, who can now go on the charge. Foster's in retreat trying to put a foot in. Yamashita does in the end. Whiting happy to take the side ball. Tanaka. Foster lets it trickle out.
Yee looks further up the court to Majanos, who locks it down. Turns and looks forward still. Finds Fordyce Crocker in the corner, plays it across the goal, and Paige Daly picks it up again. She's played well tonight so far, Paige Daly.
Really looking to continue that rich vein of form she hit towards the back end of 2025. Paige Daly was ever present and ever brilliant in between the sticks for both Heidelberg and Northcote in the second half and the first half of the calendar year, which was the last. Reed perhaps getting ready as Aku looked to make a change. Fordyce Crocker charged at Hewitt, threaded for Mergianos. Bennett read brilliantly. Foster had it blocked by Tanaka as she looked to give it a thump. Aku just starting to wrestle some momentum. Fordyce Crocker. Mergianos, and again Bennett read brilliantly. Was waiting for options down the line. Whiting was one. Hewitt's up with her. They have 2-on-2. Whiting wanted to thread. Went through two sets of legs, and North could have a corner as a result. Deflection took it away from Hewitt's path, but she was on rushing. Tanaka's corner. Whiting with height. He wasn't able to trouble Rebecca Yee. Just riding out a wave at the moment, Melbourne Aku. Yamashita. Foster. Tanaka was tidy and diligent and then sold herself into trouble. Fordyce Crocker couldn't get it under control. Tomita did well. Whiting wasn't able to get round Yamashita. Joe Haskell just being reminded of the limits of his technical area. As Reed. Fordyce Crocker couldn't tiptoe beyond Tanaka. Tomita went with force. It fell for Foster, whose effort was always rising.
Optimistic on the volley as Paige Daly looks long yet again. Finds no one. Looks like the plan all night will be the long throws for Northcote. And that's all they have to do as long as they don't concede. Still 2-1 up over Aku here.
Yamashita. Reed. Dropped it back off for Yamashita. Foster, who has looked threatening. Found a ricochet for Whiting. Shouts for handball waved away. Foster again came across the clear and was happy to fire it away from danger. Tanaka. Tomita. Again, could go on the press. Foster leading. Whiting dropped off. And Yamashita marshals her well. Quarter of an hour to go. Hewitt. Tomita. Lovely return for Hewitt, who rolls wide. Terrific futsal from Northcote. Inventive, intricate, and ever so nearly inexplicably delightful. Inches from a third and from some breathing room. Whiting got a foot in, fell for Tanaka, who found Hewitt. She's got two with her. Hewitt not beyond Yamashita. Fordyce Crocker lend a helping hand. Reed's now on the march and wasn't able to keep it alive.
As Tomita hobbles off injured for Northcote. Looks like she came off second best in that challenge with Aliari. It's not something Northcote we were looking for. She's played well all night. She goes down behind the bench holding her ankle. Could spell bad news for the team in pink.
Tomita's Northcote debut. We're hoping it hasn't been cut short. It's just precautionary and nothing serious. That's balletic from Bennett and a lovely ball for Whiting, who went with kite. Reed cleared, Bennett lurking, a real scramble, and one which Reed kept her composure to the nth degree. Fordyce Crocker found well by Yamashita. Again, they look to go forward, but Tanaka's foot in is a good one and a tidy one to deny Aliari. Yamashita. Fordyce Crocker. Reed was lurking. Tanaka cut it out. Her and Aliari battle. Aliari did terrifically to keep it alive and then was surrounded by pink. And Tanaka's touch took it out of play. Real season of possibility for both of these sides. Sample size is small, and the takeaways may or may not be tangible, but there's certainly positives both have taken, but now the game management comes into it. Who's willing to stick the distance on opening night? Tanaka, Bennett. Away from Reed wonderfully. Yamashita came across just to be short. It's been a bright start and a bright evening from Jaina Bennett.
She's doing well, certainly, as are Northcote. Still holding out a 2-1 lead over the reigning champions.
Tanaka couldn't quite find Hewitt. They're now just starting to get to that stage where how well teams are drilled, how well they've been prepared, will start to be tested. We approach the final 10 minutes. 13 and a half to go. Aliari away from Bennett, beyond Tanaka. Found it for Reed, who recovered well. And lashed their effort just wide.
I think Daly probably has it covered, as she'll bring the ball back in for Northcan. Looks long again. Brought down by Whiting. Aliari brings it out the middle of the court, turns. Good tackle. But the ball still forward for Aku. Aliari's shot away, and here's Reed. Just wide of the top corner. Aku starting to get some momentum now. Shots peppering the goal.
Timeout sheets in hand for Isho Haskell.
And you sense it's probably a good time to start thinking about that. As I said, Aku have been getting the momentum, and it has been going down for Northcote a little bit, so it's probably a good time to bring his team in and talk them down a little. Getting ready to go back at this Aku team. Still holding on to their 2-1 lead.
Northcote also down a substitute for the time being, so fraught of options on the bench. The singular substitute available to them. Aku have got the full ensemble ready and waiting. We could see it for the first time this season. He's clutching onto it with some cadence. There's Bennett. Wasn't quite able to find Hewitt, who turned and gone. A second half which has been more cagey than the first. It was free flowing. Whereas this one, chances have been few and far between. Adds more weight on each opportunity. Who wants to go and take it? Who wants to flip this game on its head? Start the seasonal script on night one. Yamashita's corner. Daly did well to read it and gather. Bennett has Tanaka down the line, whom she finds. Couldn't get away from Reed, and the press was to really good effect. It's the one thing Aku have done more in this second half than in the first. They've been braver when it's come to pressing Northcote.
Yeah, they've done well, Aku. Really squeezing the ball from Northcote now, and they win these set pieces up the court. They give him chances for shots. As Fordyce Crocker here looks through the middle. Cut out by Bennett, and Tanaka can go. Resets to Bennett. Bennett looks over the top to no avail. It's won by Whiting. Whiting will carry forward. Looks wide. Here's Hewitt. Hewitt 1v1 with... as it is one back by Fordyce Crocker. And she finds Yamashita through the middle. Spreads wide to Reed. Here's Reed. The shot's on, and she finishes. What a goal by Reed. Paige Daly couldn't quite get the legs closed. And she snuck it in on the front post. Northcote 3-1 to the good. Sorry, Aku equalised 2-2. My apologies. And Northcote cut open on the counter-attack. A good win by Fordyce Crocker through the middle of the court. Yamashita had it on for Reed quickly, and she squeezed it in the front post. A mar on Paige Daly's strong performance tonight.
And Aku might be in the mood for another. Bennett with a drag back on Duff, and for it will receive the season's first yellow card. Momentum has swung violently. Towards a deep forest green. Aku look to be above the canopies again this season. They've got a free kick to turn this match upside down. Duff, Yamashita had a hit. Hewitt's block important, cleared only as far as Reed. Duff still looking for an opening. Reed, Yamashita poked it back. Reed got in ahead of them all. The touch was just too heavy to come to fruition. North could survive a scare. Bennett threaded for Whiting, who has Duff to go around. Did well to keep it alive. Fordyce Crocker's challenge was a firm one, but a good one. As it took the final touch off Bennett. Side ball not so much. Tanaka can now lead a 3-on-2 charge. Yamashita in retreat was able to hold her up well. Whiting was again short of options and can only find touch. Pressure starting to pile. It's a real task on who can withstand, who wants to go, and we will have a timeout. Isho Haskell wants to call his side in. North could have just had the momentum ripped away and their lead ripped away. So it may well be time. Tanaka tiptoed. Duff won it. Mergianos went early. And Daly was diligent and alert to gather. Bennett away from Mergianos. Tiptoeing, driving. Still going is Bennett. Rolled it on for Hewitt, who got away from Foster. Bennett gave it a poke, and it's a good block by Duff, who took all the sting out of it for Rebecca Yee. Foster gave it away to Hewitt. Bennett wanted a return. Fordyce Crocker's challenge was good. Bennett still trying to bully her way forward. Mergianos' challenge was a good one. And now we will have timeout for the first time in the new calendar year. A real momentum grab for Melbourne Aku, who not just stole it back, but got themselves their level up and have forced the Northcote hand as we go to timeout for the first time this evening. It's Melbourne Aku 2, Northcote 2. We return from timeout for the first time in the new year. Northcote had to issue it. Aku have got themselves level and have made a much brighter start to this second half. We are down the stretch. The final 10 minutes for both of these two in their curtain raiser for 2026. It's a good read by Duff as Tanaka gave it away. Mergianos on the switch and she tried to find her. An inventive idea on a game which, for the most part, Oscar has felt rather nervy.
I think Duff showed well her reading of the game tonight. Multiple times she's in front of her player, winning the ball back, anticipating passes early, which is a great skill in futsal, especially if you are playing in the fixed role. But I think she's done quite well, considering her young age in her first game. I think there's a large future ahead of Duff, as she will bring the ball back in. Resets. Ball out wide to Mergianos. She looks to the front post and doesn't trouble Paige Daly, who had it covered.
Maybe, just maybe, the plethora of substitutions are starting to play their part. They're starting to show their hand. Bennett found by Daly, who's gone less direct in recent minutes. Tanaka. Had Hewitt, tried to drill it for Whiting, read well by Duff, who's had a very good night. Mergianos now leading the break, Fordyce. Crocker at the back post was Duff! Magnificent keeping on the first from Daly, and then misfortune on the second for Duff.
What a save by Paige Daly to deny Duff. A great play from Aku. The ball switched across and you thought for all your money it was going in, but Daly across the goal as she finds Bennett.
Good challenge from Bennett. Hewitt now lost out to Mergianos. Annabelle Mergianos wanted the counter and gave Foster one that had far too much fire on it. Question is now, who wants to go and win it? Who wants to snatch 3 points in a manner which starts their season as they wish for it to go on? Daly, threaded. Bennett held off Fordyce Crocker, ricocheted for Whiting, who got around Foster. Bennett on the spin, what a save, Rebecca Yee. Brilliant keeping, and the ricochet found Mergianos, who kicks off a counter. Foster's got one either side, drilled, and it's a good read by Hewitt, which kick-starts a counter the other way. Northcote 3-on-2. Bennett, Tanaka's turned it wide. What a golden look. 2 in a matter of seconds for Northcote to go 3-2 ahead. The first denied supremely well, and the second turned agonisingly wide of the far post.
Back-to-back chances there, Ethan, that they should be finishing. Especially at 2-2 in the game. That might be the chance to go forward, and you don't want to give them up too easily.
8.5. To see if we can find a winner on opening night. Daly's come a long way. Duff was lurking, but Paige Daly did rather well. Judgment excellent once more. Whiting comes off for a minute. And for some instruction. Duff on the follow and has drilled it in! And Aku have turned it around. For the first time in the evening they lead. It has been grit, grind, and now they have their go-ahead goal. Duff finished with aplomb as well.
Was a great finish by Duff. On the half volley on the left foot. Buried into the bottom corner.
Player who perhaps tonight could have announced herself as Melbourne Aku's newest, brightest, youngest talent. A goal that, if it stays as is, will be of the utmost importance. Foster tried to find her again, and Tanaka did well. A seesaw start to a seesaw season. Foster. Reed, it's a good take. Got away from Galina. Duff, Yamashita, read well by Hewitt. Again, Duff happy just to see it trickle out of play. Perhaps it's Aku's turn to slow it down. Reed, Duff, lovely futsal. Yamashita evaded the press perfectly. The thread, too much for Reed. Tanaka stole in. Bennett. Tanaka. Northcote trying to work their way now to find a leveller. The onus is on them. Aku's turn to pose the question, what have you got?
Well, Northcote have proved they can make chances, Ethan. And you suggest that if they finish 1 or 2 of them off, they're back in the game. But it's all well and good to make the chances. You have to put them into the back of the net. Past Rebecca Yee. It's proving tough for Northcote tonight as Duff goes forward, and it's won by Bennett.
Chances for them, especially in the second half, have been at quite a bit of a premium. Aku created a flurry that led to 2 goals, and Duff's on her own again if Foster can find her. It's well read and cut out by Bennett, who cleared only as far as Duff. And her returning ball was too heavy for Foster. Northcote clinging on for dear life. One more might be too many. Good read from Duff. Foster. Reed had gone. Smashing ball. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Reed stole in, rolled in. The ball to find her was fanciful. The finish composed and certain. And despite a scare, despite the castle almost being stormed, the reigning champions' new coronation finally seems to be going as planned.
As Whiting finds herself back on the court. And yet again, starved of options. She has no choice but to give the ball back, and Duff will bring it in. Finds Yamashita at the back. Duff again, looks forward. Cut out by Whiting. Here's Tanaka. Back to Whiting. Down the line. Finds Hewitt. It's cut out by Reed, and here go Aku. 2v1. Finds Yamashita at the back post. Off the post and picked up by Paige Daly. What a chance for Yamashita to finish off the game. Northcote go the other way, and Hewitt's ball finds touch.
It's all about composure now. Northcote can't force it. Patience will bring opportunities. Aku had a golden chance. And 3 might have been too many. Fordyce Crocker. Yamashita. Aku happy to take their time. And wanted the thread for Reed. Read well by Galenia. It's a good read from Duff. Reed. Yamashita. Threaded on the switch. Duff went delicately. Tanaka telegraphed it well. Had room to charge. Got around Duff. Whiting. Tanaka. Northcote taking their time. Hewitt worked to yard and was found well. Tiptoed away from 2, but not beyond Reed, who stole in and now leads a counter all on her own. 2 arriving. Fordyce Crocker 1, Yamashita the other. Couldn't get beyond Tanaka. Had to hit the second. And Daly coolly gathered. Hewitt. Whiting, who was on the switch. Tanaka. Turned out and found Hewitt, who's got room to go. Wanted Galena. Duff did well. Couldn't find Fordyce Crocker. Tanaka's turn to charge. Duff's picked her pocket. And now it's 2 on 2. A third arriving in Yamashita at the back post. Fordyce Crocker wanted to go on her own. And the attack fizzled out in front of her eyes. Final 5 minutes. Aku now just need to hold out. Have Northcote got one last lunge? First chapter for both of these two in their new season. And a timeout issued. Melbourne Aku's turn to call themselves in with just under 5 minutes to go. They have flipped this game on its head in this second half as we got a timeout for the final time in the early kickoff. It's Melbourne Aku 4, Northcote 2. We return from timeout for the final time in the curtain raiser of the new year and of the new campaign. Melbourne Aku have had it swing rather supremely in their way. Emergianos is looking to ice it, went to the back post. Fordyce Crocker couldn't steer it in, but he got a flick and they'll have a corner. Isho Haskell can't quite believe it. Duff's take, Yamashita tiptoed around Bennett and threaded it wonderfully. Fordyce Crocker's slide, centimetres from capping a 5-star opening night. ever so close. North could have to find something if they are to rescue a point. And time is not their friend. 4 minutes to save themselves, to avoid defeat at the very start. Tanaka. Bennett. Not beyond Mergianos, whose debut has been rather tidy. It's a good ball as well to find Duff. For Dice Crocker. Duff. Yamashita. Galina went on the press. Mergianos was down the line. Bennett did well. Galina's got Tanaka up with her. Mergianos in retreat was magnificent and now leads a charge the other way. Fordyce Crocker beyond Whiting. Mergianos lurking. Bennett did well to shut the door and Galina's happy to clear.
You sense also, Ethan, that subs, or the lack thereof for Northcote, has not been their friend tonight. As they had Tamita go down injured before and down to one on the bench, as Fordyce Crocker has a shot just wide. You sense that one sub on the bench, not quite enough to hold on to their lead from the start of the game.
Mergianos most displeased at being sandwiched almost. Daly goes direct, wanting the same fruitfulness they found in the first half. Yamashita this time alert to the danger. It may be now or never. Hewitt with fizz, Yamashita blocked and cleared. North could have to reset once again. Daly happy to gather. Tanaka. Hewitt. Couldn't get beyond Yamashita, who got a foot in.
Hewitt looks forward from the side ball again. Down the line for Whiting. And the ball was off the line once again. Ben on the far side turns it over. And Aku will take a breath. Duff resets to Yamashita. Fordyce Crocker. Gets around Bennett well. Back to Yamashita. Looks forward to Majanos, who gets under control. Looks forward for Crocker and cut out again by Bennett. Will reset back to Yamashita. Here's Majanos. Looks through the gap. Fordyce Crocker is alone to the back stick, and Majanos couldn't quite turn it in from close range. Paige Daly will look forward again, and Yamashita cuts it out. Aku can come again here. Majanos loses out to Tanaka, but Duff comes through on the left foot and just wide of the far post. Big chances for Aku to seal the game.
Duff wanted similar devastation to the strike that gave Aku the lead. Whiting, Tanaka, Hewitt. Happy to return to Tanaka. Whiting once more. Lovely ball, and Hewitt stolen a yard, but just wasn't able to get it under her control. Northcote found some space to exploit. It's been the story of their second half. Many a nearly moment, but none more tangible than that. Yamashita tiptoeing, wanted the return for Mergianos, although she was far too narrow to get on the end of that. Was expecting a clip wide. Whiting getting some instruction from the sideline. Tanaka, Hewitt had darted, Whiting had held and was found. Tiptoed tidily, threaded for Hewitt, whose touch was loose, and Mergianos charging the other way has kept the move alive. Wanted to thread it to the back post, and Whiting got an ever so important touch.
Alayari couldn't quite get in front of Whiting there. As she looks through the middle and Tanaka's cut it out. Here's Whiting down the line. And a good tackle from Yamashita to stop Bennett from progressing any further forward for Northcote.
Time ticking. Seconds of the essence. Whiting. Again, Aliara goes on the press. Hewitt threaded it for Tanaka, whose turn was tidy. Options left and right. One is Bennett. Yamashita read that expertly. Just under 2 minutes to go. First outing for 2026. It's not the be-all and end-all this evening, but it is certainly not a night with which you want to lose. There's still time for Northcote to save themselves, but Aku are charging. Aku are marching towards the ideal start to the title defence for the 4th season running. Daly. wanted Bennett, cut out by Yamashita, on for Mergianos, but with too much haste. Northcote committing further forward, it's opening them up on the break. Aku still yet to capitalise. Tanaka, Hewitt. They looked to gain a yard, Foster did well. Happy to shut the door. A succession of Northcote sideballs. Is there something to come from it? Hewitt, Whiting, gave it a hit. Rebecca was rather untroubled.
Ye will bring the ball back in for Aku. Finds Foster at the back. Half. As the fatigue sets in, the quality starts to drop.
Final minute of the first half, the first bit of mileage in the legs for the year. Daly found Hewitt, who wanted to turn it one more for Whiting. Yamashita did well. Foster. Yamashita. Mergianos made a darting run. Aliara got in, but Daly got there first. Again tonight, Paige Daly has judged that to perfection. She looks long, and the railing for the first time in the year is involved. Much to the dismay of Isho Haskell. Not best pleased about it. Yamashita from Mergianos. Couldn't thread it. Whiting might have an early hit. Just didn't quite get the required whip.
You won't find too many people in the series futsal scene that are happy that that wire sits there above the court. Many a goalkeeper disappointed.
Often a disgruntled cause. The railing. Final half a minute. Melbourne Aku look as though they are going to start the season in superb form. Was far from routine, was far from straightforward. Mergianos, Yamashita is the one for the road. It's good from Tanaka. Mergianos. Press initiated. Aku playing through. Tanaka did well. Hewitt gave a helping hand. Mergianos continued and spun. Aliara's all on her own. And the touch was loose. But it will matter not. For the reigning champions, it is a victorious start to the new season. 2-1 down at the break. And having survived a bit of a scare, Melbourne Aku begin title defence number 4 in truly fab fashion. Northcote, plenty of glimpses. Although it is not to be, there is a lot to suggest that this season will be far from one that is forgettable. They took it up to the reigning champions and for some time there had Two teams, two projects, both with noise made, both with transfers made, both with momentum built in the summer. They've seen the change in the landscape and believe it is now time to make their move. It's been a summer of statements of great anticipation for Victorian Lions. 9 new additions in the new year alone to bolster the squad for the campaign ahead. It is a futsal-roo littered side. Trudy Camilleri and Clarissa Allerton amongst the headlines, of course, as the league's reigning most valuable becomes part of the Pride, who are right in the hunt. 1-0 found their oasis at the end of last season. A FOS Cup victory, a history maker. 2026 is the year where they hope the momentum continues. Both of these teams with so much building off, with so much anticipation, with so much hype around both of their sides. Who wants to be the one to go and believe it? For one of them, it will be. For the other, it won't. It's a start of two new chapters. One is a slow burn, hoping to have this season be the spark of a raging blaze of brilliance, and the other hoping that their debutant sees them sparkle. And for Series Futsal, it truly is love at first sight, right at the very top. There's Kristen Malloy. Works wide on the switch for Pipino. Malloy once more. Allerton. Victoria Lions wanting to control the early stages of this game. Pipino's worked a yard well. Wanted to fizz it for Allerton at the back post. Two teams both on an upward trajectory, Oscar. However, only one can remain that way.
Yeah, well, the first round can tell us a lot. And we'll see how Vic Lions have gelled together. If they've been training, I'm not sure. It's always hard with a lot of fly-in players, but I'm sure their quality will be a strong match for any team in this league. At the same time, 1-0 as Pipino has a strike, and great save by Al Hayek, equal to it. As I was saying, as 1-0 have won the FOS Cup in the summer. The ball forward for Halabi. Can't quite get around, and it's keeper's ball. Easthorpe will bring it in.
One noteworthy thing, no Costa Fruitsis on the touchline this evening. Currently out absent. Someone who's such an important part of the 1-0 setup as the manager. Pipino on the switch for Allerton. Halabi did well. Pipino recovered it. Malloy. Allerton. Had more on the switch. Allerton tried intricately. Damazi did well. Fanua looked to keep the move going. Halabi, McCaffrey battled, more won it. Allerton, Pipino sat Al Hayek down, and she made a rather good save in recovery. Reigning Golden Glove winner, perhaps with her first golden save in 1-0 colours.
Last touch off Pipino, and Al Hayek will bring it back in. Easthorpe's come a long way and will win it. Still going. Here is Easthorpe in the attacking half. Can't quite keep the ball under control. Done well to come and win the ball from Al Hayek's throw, as McCaffrey will bring it back in.
Sarah Easthorpe, the first of those signings of the new project. Australian international. Well, the waves were made all the way back in November of last year now. It feels oh so long ago. Damazi's driving. Malloy's challenge is a good one. And the final touch was off Claudia Damazi, much to her own dismay. Gnomes Langham entrusted on the touchline for Victorian Lions. Moore. Pipino driving at McCaffrey, wanted to go beyond Fanua. Damazi's lunge was a good one. Allerton left a leg in. And 1-0 have a free kick. And Clarissa Allerton escapes a yellow card, but is given a word of warning. Fanua's free kick. Damazi was looking off the bar. McCaffrey on the following, blocked by Allerton. A remarkable dart from Damazi, who was centimetres away from making it 1-0.
Easthorpe was stranded as though she watched the ball helplessly come off the crossbar. And Damazi nearly finished off as Fanua looks long again. Damazi's up, can't quite reach it. And Vic Lions will take a minute just to relax and set themselves up. Easthorpe. Long throw to Pipino, gets under control. As Damazi chases back, she'll reset to Malloy. Looks for Moy through the middle, and Moore has it on, and cleared off the line by McCaffrey. Defensive effort at the highest level from Sophie McCaffrey. Al Hayek was beaten, and Moore just tried to turn it in, and McCaffrey covering the line beautifully.
Ever so critical, Sophie McCaffrey to have back in that side. Missed a long stretch at the end of last year through injury, and already with an important intervention to keep the scores locked level. Allerton couldn't evade Damazi. Fanua has now got Halabi, who's on her own. The touch was loose. Easthorpe gathered, then lost it. Halabi's second effort. Shouts for handball waved away. And the 1-0 bench and players bewildered. Sarah Easthorpe had to be the most precise not to handle it. Damazi's lunge. McCaffrey lost out to Moore. Pipino's up with her. Lovely from Moore. Al Hayek makes a brilliant save. Pipino's following. Blocked by Halabi. Set for Malloy, who blazes over. Stupendous. Absolutely stupendous futsal at both ends. Body on the line to prevent it. Now Easthorpe's on the march. Peppino up with her. Easthorpe wanted to go alone. Halabi intervenes. Ricochet out to Allerton. Moore. And Taylor Halabi with another good read. Peppino's side ball. Allerton. Peppino darting and Allerton nearly found her. Good invention from the league's reigning MVP. Made the move from Melbourne Aku. McCaffrey. Fanua. Halabi. Waiting on the runners. McCaffrey was there on the switch. Fanua on the recycle. Wanted to thread it for Damasi. Moore did well. Damasi dived in. Again to good effect.
Exciting futsal so far from both teams. Just the skill on display from some of these Vic Lions players. Gisela Peppino from the Futsal Roos. Clarissa Allerton, reigning MVP. The ball movement has been good. But 1-0 equal to it so far as Damasi goes for a run. And it's cut out by Moore. We'll see it out for a goalkeeper's ball.
Damasi, ever determined in her press and approach. Easthorpe, saw Peppino short, McCaffrey alert to it, and then left a leg in. And it was pulled back right at the last moment. Peppino protesting her innocence, protesting it was a mutual entanglement. 1-0 have a free kick in a position of real promise.
Took a while to think about it. The ref on the far side had to make sure he was getting it right, and he's done well.
It will be Fanua's free kick. Halabi, a passing option. Malloy on the line, Easthorpe probing. Fanua went direct, Easthorpe gathered with comfort. And immediately looked long for Peppino. It's a good read from Fanua. Halabi's got options left and right. McCaffrey's one. Halabi on the follow-in, couldn't find Damasi. Moore with another important intervention. Allerton, Peppino, who's balletic, who's driving. Al-Hayek saved. Malloy fires wide on the rebound.
Footwork from Peppino through the middle of the court there, absolutely perfect. Al-Hayek equal to her as she has been all game. But you sense Vic Lions, one of these chances is going to go eventually.
Frantic first 5 minutes. One with a clearance off the line, the crossbar being rattled. And still, some way, somehow, it is 0-0. Peppino's tucked loose on that occasion. Halabi finds Fanua on the switch. Damasi was central. Halabi. Fanua. Damasi had darted. Easthorpe judged it well and went quickly for Peppino, who's got two on the far side. Wanted Malloy, it still nearly broke for her. And a Fanua intervention allowed Al-Hayek to go and gather it. Halabi, Damasi. Again direct, Allerton this time, the one to nod it to touch.
Al-Hayek, extremely impressive so far in this game.
Couple of important saves already made. Halabi. Route 1, they're trying to test Easthorpe as much as possible. Fanua that time, not quite fruitful. Moore. Wasn't able to find Allerton. McCaffrey. Halabi. Claudia Damasi, who was one of many on the Gold Coast representing Victoria over the summer. As is my counterpart in the commentary box this evening. Allerton, who is on the charge, she too on for Peppino. The Lions have a chance on the break. Peppino just worked to yards, deflected off Damasi for a corner.
Quality block from Damasi.
Vic Lions just really turning the screw. Seeing how much 1-0 can withstand. Malloy. Nearly made its way for Moore, who's claiming Fanua got the final flick. And Gnomes Langham's eager, very eager for a timeout. Bring her side in early. So far they've created chances, haven't just had the finishing touch, whether that be their own misfiring or misfortune. And they will have that timeout rather early on. The deadlock unbroken with either of these two teams. Both have come close, a clearance and a crossbar hit, but it's still 0-0 between 1-0 and Victorian Lions. Returning from timeout for the first time this evening. A very tense opening 7 minutes. 1-0 unmoved. Victorian Lions unable to find a breakthrough thus far. Already a couple of moments of talking points. A match, a contest, so anticipated once the fixtures were released for opening night. And at the moment it's living up to the billing. There's more. Wanted to thread it for Malloy, cleared away by Halabi, only as far as Allerton, whose touch was loose, but she made it work. Had to retreat for Easthorpe. Pipino. That's a tidy ball. On for more. Allerton the only one central. Demazi in retreat, concedes a corner. A lot of this 1-0 side. Still intact from the FOS Cup win. They've made additions. Laurel Hayek being one in between the sticks. Nikki Galanos another. It's been a summer of adding depth to a squad which proved to the back end of the year just gone that they truly can go toe-to-toe with anyone in the league. Malloy. Moore. Back for Malloy. Had Pino one way, Allerton the other. Allerton had a hit, Hayek parried and Moore turned it wide. Another golden look to go one up.
Chances are plenty for Vic Lions at the moment as Fanua tries to find Demazi down the court. It's cut out by Malloy. Looks to go quickly. Just solid, very solid from Lara Al-Haq. Looks like it's going to take a very good finish to beat her tonight.
Good from Al Hayek. It's Pipino. Lovely roll from Allerton. Pipino tiptoeing terrifically. Got away from Halabi, got away from Fanua and Galanos too. Malloy had it out of play. Much to her disbelief. Not for the first time in this first half. Halabi. It was hit with haste for Demazi, and too much haste. It's a good press from Georgia Farkery. Another one of those Northern Phoenix arrivals. Pipino. Allerton. Malloy tried to steer it, but only found Demazi, who's driving. Halabi the only one up with her, and Pipino read it well. Fanua flew in to a firm but fair challenge. Some spice. And two players off the pitch.
A niche one.
Still,
but a real one.
Being dusted off. Certainly a game that is not fraught of temper. Galanos couldn't quite find Halabi. Farkery got a foot in. Just starting to simmer a little bit. It is a warm night after all, on the first Friday in Feb. Halabi's side ball. Fanua gave it a hit. It was hit fiercely with force. Well, was not one which would troubly stop. She too looks long. Pepino got out on her own. The touch was terrific, but Alhayek judged it just as so. Flung it on for Halabi. Couldn't find Damazi. Allerton one in. Pepino's got 3 to beat. Around 1, and Fanua shut the door at the right time.
The call of press from Gnomes Langham, as Alhayek does look long. Nikki Galanos can't quite control it. And Malloy will bring it back in for Vic Lions. Switch to Allerton. Farcry couldn't quite control, and Damazi will go on the break for Galanos. Pepino's done well to get back, and Vic Lions will reset. Farcry looks through the middle, cut out by Fanua.
Pepino was lurking. Halabi hammered it, and Damazi's out on her own. Malloy in retreat did well. Threaded for Allerton. On for Farcry. Vic Lions going on the charge. Farcry charging. Fanua in retreat did well. And then nearly sold Damazi short. Had to dive in just as Pepino was lurking. And Galanos just happy to clear into touch. Both touchlines animated. Both sets of players quite animated. For two teams of expectation. Two teams who believe it could be a year to take big strides. There certainly is no love lost between them whatsoever. It's a good challenge from Halabi. Vic Lions, who've had many become parts of the Pride, wanting to really saunter their way through the Series Futsal Sahara. One they're wanting to make it not so easy. Allerton on for Farcry. He's got Damazi to go at. Farcry charging, Damazi diving. There was a miscued cutback. But again, that positivity for a half which Victorian Lions have controlled the majority of. Galanos did well. Fanua, Halabi. Back for Fanua. Damazi's darting, and Allerton had to intervene. Halabi wanted to keep it alive. Allerton did so again. Intervene. Played it on to Pepino, who had Malloy up with her. Wonderfully worked! And steered in.
Gisela Pepino opens her Women's Series Futsal account in Victoria. The Futsal-Roo finished off the pass from Krista Malloy through the middle of the court. And Vic Lions 1-0 up in their first season in Series Futsal.
The Lions have liftoff. A night of nerves, no doubt. All the noise made, all the signings made. You want to start on the right foot. And it's a first steady, albeit successful bound for now. They are off the mark, they are ahead. And 1-0 have it to do already. They wouldn't have wanted this evening to be a false storm, that's for sure. And right now for Gnomes Langham & Co, it isn't going that way. Fanua, Pepino knew not much about it, found Galanos, and Allerton was hot on the press. First you suggest of many, as Pepino picks up again, was given room to have a hit, it's a belter!
What a finish from Gisela Pepino, just given an inch of space in the center of the court, and just fired it into the top bins, top right corner off the post, showing why she's a Futsal-Roo. Vic Lions 2-0 up over 1-0.
Alhayek helpless. And Pepino not only pierced the post, but pierced the net. And Vic Lions, after a tentative but positive start, are now showing their claws. Allerton on for Pepino, who's already on a hat-trick, and she's got Fanua to go at. Malloy with the decoy. Now is found. Allerton at the back post. Just couldn't quite steer it goalward.
A timeout called for 1-0, bringing in the troops to settle the nerves as they are 2-0 down, and it looks as though Vic Lions might start to run over the top of them.
A quick reset for 1-0. Who have conceded 2 in next to no time as Victorian Lions lead 2-0. Returning from timeout. And so far, not just for Victorian Lions, but for Jalessa Pepino as well, a real statement first half. She and they are 2 up. And it happened in next to no time. 1-0 goes searching. And for Gisela Pepino. That second was the pick of the bunch. Maybe up there already. One of the strikes of the season. As Fanua, again with force. And that rather sums up. It's been a frustrating first half for 1-0.
It has. And I think Vic Lions' quality has been, although 1-0 held onto it at the start, it seemed inevitable that they would run over the top with all the chances they were making, and took a brilliant strike from Pepino to send it to 2-0 as Far Cry is denied by Lara Al-Hayek again, who looks to restart 1-0 quickly. Finds Damazi. Allerton wins the ball.
We said it would take something special to beat Al-Hayek. That was special and then some. A screamer in every sense of the word. Here is Al-Hayek. Galanos tried to crowd out Damazi. It did open up room for Rhiannon Jacobs. And it was just a little too late, and that is the feeling in this first half so far for 1-0. Farkri restarts. Easthorpe. That's a good press from Jacobs. Another member, part of that FOS Cup winning squad, who right now are in need of some answers. They are in need of a remedy back into this game. Easthorpe, again pressed by Jacobs, this time takes a tumble. Has a look over to the far side, wasn't particularly best pleased about the force of that challenge.
She was ginger getting up Easthorpe as she hobbles back to the goal. Not something that Vic Lions need with no backup keeper on the bench, but I'm sure she'll shake it off and be okay.
She can't ill afford to get injured. If that were to be the case, if she were unable to continue, she looks all right, but there's something to keep an eye on. As Malloy is waiting on runners. Churchy was one. It's a tidy touch. Taken on for Farkri, who's got Galanos to go at, and Fanua across again.
Solid defending for the most part from 1-0. Withstanding an onslaught from Vic Lions at the moment. Al-Hayek finds Galanos, who centers it to Damazi. She could have a chance here. Flicks it on for Jacobs, and a great save by Easthorpe. Equal to it as she rolls out to Malloy. Finds
Vital intervention, wasn't it? From Sarah Easthorpe. Farkri's effort stung the palms of Al-Hayek. Galanos. Malloy wanted to go on the press. Allerton flicked it on. Farkri just about kept it alive, but invited Damazi to go and pick a pocket. And then on the follow-in, Damazi took a tumble. Farkri then evaded her. Jacobs with a slide. Farkri still going. Damazi still going. And Claudia Damazi not best pleased about that particular piece of contact.
Was a strong challenge from Far Cry, but fair. She got beaten and got back. Shoulder to shoulder, it looked like to me, and she won the ball. Of course, understandable when you hit the floor to expect a foul, but from our angle, perhaps it wasn't quite there, as the ball's out for keeper's ball.
One question I do have for 1-0, who have not exactly played badly for patches of this first half. They were undone by a small blip. How do they go about getting back into this game and just creating some more clear-cut opportunities? Because that seems to be the difference.
Certainly, as they have one here. Jacobs and Easthorpe's come a long way. Was there contact? It is a foul. The referee reaches for the pocket.
And it's yellow.
Easthorpe should perhaps be pleased with just a yellow. The ball was not directed goalward, so a red would be rough, but you never know coming out as the keeper. Last player was definitely a dangerous tackle.
Gnomes Langham doesn't seem to agree on the touchline. Sarah Easthorpe with her first moment in Series Futsal. In the book, now has a free kick to wear. Fanua, saved by Easthorpe, the follow-in, unable to be turned in, and Molloy was collateral damage of that coming together in the area.
She was, and as you were saying, Ethan, I think 1-0 have to withstand Vic Lions and go on the counter would be the best way to get back into this game. Sit deeply, wait for the right opportunity, and when they get that opportunity, they have to be clinical and they have to go together.
Of course, on top of the other half, have 6.5 to the break. In futsal, that is flying by on opening night. Al Hayek, Fanua, couldn't steer it, cut out well by Moore, who's on the charge. Damazi on the dive in supreme fashion. Jacobs is on her way. Easthorpe there again, and this time with much more vigilant approach.
Safe from Easthorpe. Knows it's not wide to come sliding out. Damazi has a hit. It goes wide.
Terrific keeping from Easthorpe on the second occasion, just to shut the door, and a terrific piece of distribution. Moore found Churchy, it was behind her. Damazi on the press, and then was spun. And this time the dive is still to brilliant effect. 2 calls for a foul waved away. McCaffrey through the legs of Allerton, on for Jacobs. Her and Farkery collide not once but twice. Jacobs some way, somehow, still driving on, and Farkery this time with a far less friendly shove.
It's heating up here at DCSS. Going both ways, both teams.
We said this game was simmering. Well, it might be approaching a boil. It's just starting to lose that friendly start of season fervour.
As Fanua lines it up. And Easthorpe equal to her once again. She looks to restart quickly. Fanua wins it back and finds McCaffrey out wide. Looks to the back post. Here's Jacobs. Gets the shot away, and Easthorpe saves once again. Restarts quickly again to Allerton. Goes at Damazi. Has the shot. Blocked by Damazi. Comes back the other way. Farkery cuts it out. And it's won by Jacob, out for Vic Lions ball.
Those two in particular. Not going to shy away from a challenge. It's just inspired some fire in 1-0. Moore, Allerton. Couldn't shift away from McCaffrey. Damazi wanted to drive. Shouts for handball, waved away. Moore tried to work a yard. Jacobs with a good challenge. It'll ricochet for Farkery. All the way back for Easthorpe. It's a lovely drill to find Allerton, who couldn't evade McCaffrey, who's picked her pockets, and Easthorpe did terrifically to save. Jacobs was lurking at the back post. McCaffrey went on her own. And Sarah Easthorpe showing why she's an Australian international. A superb save. Fanua's turn to drive, straight into Farkery, no foul given. Churchy on the charge, waiting on an option, went left then right, then McCaffrey came across. As Damazi mopped up, Fanua and Churchy still down.
Both benches incensed, Ethan. Both saying call should have gone either way. The game has certainly reached its boiling point now. Physicality at the peak.
As if you couldn't add more spice, you couldn't add more heat to already the most anticipated of opening fixtures. These two are finding ways. Damazi comes for some time out, 1-0. At the moment, in need of an answer. McCaffrey driving. Again, they're unable to find a way forward. Sadie Smith on for 1-0. Inside the final 5 to half-time. El Hayek, who went searching for Jacobs, got away from Farkery, ricochet for Moore. Easthorpe under pressure. And Rhiannon Jacobs showcasing the temper that this first half has possessed. Not once but twice, Farkery had a loose touch.
Pepino back on court. The goal scorer on a hat-trick here in her first game. Finds Moore in the middle. And last touch off Smith. Vic Lyons ball again.
Pino will be the one to restart things. Went for Churchy, this time cleared away by McCaffrey, then Fanua, Farkery and Jacobs have a coming together. 1-0 have a free kick. And that is 5 fouls. In a truly spiteful first half. Victorian Lions have got to be cautious.
4 minutes left to withstand. Can't afford to foul again. Although the way that she's been playing, you would back Easthorpe from the 10-metre mark at this point in the game.
1-0 want handball. It would have been harsh on Pepino. Easthorpe this time direct. Pepino's on her own. Went the flick, and it didn't dip devilishly enough to go over and under Al Hayek. Halabi was the intended target, well read by Moore. Pepino might have a hit. Fanua on the block. McCaffrey then dangled a leg. Pepino kept it rolling. Shifted away from one. Moore. Churchy. Lovely ball for Farkery, who had Smith to spin at. Pepino surrounded by a sea of blue, and it finds its way back for Al Hayek. A couple of shots for a back pass, both waved away. Smith, McCaffrey, Moore did wonderfully, spun her way through, and McCaffrey got a foot in right in the nick of time. Then had Pepino to contend with, and that was a challenge too tall.
High-end recovery from McCaffrey there. She was beat for all your money, but fought back well to win the ball back. As Al Hayek.
And on for Halabi. Now McCaffrey. Halabi once again. Wanted Smith down the line. Wasn't quite able to find her. This truly is going to be a box office second half. If you haven't already, I wouldn't plan on going anywhere. Both of these sides are going to go full throttle at one another. It's McCaffrey. Took away from Moore, another shout for handball. Halabi picked it up, and Easthorpe made a good save down low. 1-0 bench, not best pleased. Fanua, 3 minutes to the break. Is there a way to halve the deficit? Halabi. Fanua once more, waiting on the run. McCaffrey was the only. Moore cut it out well, and then Fanua shut the door expertly. Halabi, McCaffrey. Wanted Fanua, only found Pepino, who's got room to charge. Had options left and right. Skipped away from McCaffrey. Pepino still holding, still waiting. McCaffrey did supremely well. Excellent from Sophie McCaffrey. Just to close the door. 1-0 looking for moments of inspiration towards the end of this first half to get themselves back in this game. Well, there's one. Smith with a loose touch. The danger ever present. Farkery. Pepino. Farkery once more. Couldn't thread it beyond McCaffrey, and then had a coming together to win it from Halabi. McCaffrey came away with it. Couldn't spin more. 1-0 wanted a free kick, and it would have been a sixth foul. It was waved away. Malloy, Moore. Farkery couldn't keep it alive.
As Halabi looks to restart quickly. Resets to Fanua, who will have a shot on the back post. McCaffrey sliding in, couldn't quite get there. And Vic Lyons flirting with danger there. Almost fouling. Of course, on 5 fouls, a 6th foul will be a 10-metre penalty.
They have 2 minutes still to withstand. Malloy, Moore. Split them superbly, and Pepino's got room to go. She's got Farkery up with her, and again was crowded out to good effect. Smith, McCaffrey, Fanua was darting. Pepino picked it off. McCaffrey this time was shouldered, had a hit. It was not far away from a hat-trick. As Al Hayek is in a hurry. Malloy nodded it down. Pepino again. Shifted away from Smith. Halabi did well. Fanua momentarily was all on her own. Pepino came across. Set it back for Malloy. On the switch was Moore, who did well. Has got Farkery one way, Pepino the other. Lovely reverse for Farkery, and Al Hayek makes a super save. The move's still alive, and McCaffrey at the second attempt came across the clear.
Al Hayek showing why she was last year's Golden Glove and why she still is amongst the top in women's series futsal. As Malloy finds herself on the ball to Fakri. Inside quickly to Pepino. And Halabi is in hard. Letting the New South Wales players know that in Victoria, they don't get off easy.
It's really been a heated first half. These two sides certainly not withholding anything from one another.
As the ball finds its way into the commentary box again, and Ethan Rigg shows why he should be playing cricket instead of commentating.
There's Malloy from range. Wasn't far away. Halabi. Fanua. We're back for Halabi. Wanted McCaffrey. Moore did marvellously. Another tidy read. Inside the final minute of the first half. It has been disciplined since going to 5 fouls for Victorian Lions. Pepino cut out McCaffrey's effort well. Demazi back on for the final 60. Moore. Malloy. Quickly for Pepino, who's got Demazi to go at. Pepino. Fakri. Away from Halabi, not beyond Demazi. Gave it away to Malloy, and El Hayek saves. Importantly as well.
The goalkeepers are standouts in this game so far. Both teams' chances coming left, right and centre, but the keepers are equal to the task. Aside from a super strike from Pepino and a nasty deflection, Lara Al Hayek and Easthorpe have been unfaulted. As Fanua will take a moment, looks long to find Halabi. Can't quite get on the end of it, and Easthorpe will restart.
It's a way for them to close out this half. A third would be detrimental to 1-0. Charging was Moore, back for Pepino, Moore once more. Has options in retreat, set it back for Malloy. Fakri made the run, she got there ahead of McCaffrey too. Fakri went sliding, shout for a handball waved away. Fanua lost out. Pepino, has she got one more in her? Charging, and Fanua's slide is to good effect in the final second of the first half. So for the new era, for the new dawn, and so far it doesn't look like it'll be a false one. Victorian Lions are halfway to the opening night of dreams. Pepino with 2 of the best, the second certainly one which will feature in many a highlight reel. But half time in Darabin, it's 1-0. Victorian Lions 2. return from half-time. Perhaps some time to cool off, perhaps some time to level heads once again. A first half that was full of fire and fury, which was kept under control by the officials to a rather good extent. Now goes in to its home stretch for Victorian Lions. It is currently the start of the season they could have dreamed for. 1-0 have a bit to do, but have shown the opportunities to still be in the game. And something important, of course, Sarah Easthorpe's on a yellow. And there is no backup keeper. Good read from Damazi, who had Galanos with her. Pepino happy to slow her up and allow Moore to make the challenge. Damazi diving, and not for the first time this evening, has taken a tumble. A truly, truly energetic first half of futsal. One where this lady right here was the difference. 2 goals, the second of which was something special. Already one for the highlight reel in this league.
Galanos to bring us in. El Hayek will switch to Fanua, who looks down the line and can't quite find Halabi. Encouragement from the bench as Malloy. Far cry. Finds Pepino down the line, 1v1 with Fanua. Looks to the back post. Well cut out by Fanua. And here come 1-0, 3v2. Halabi to Fanua, sliding in. And Easthorpe equal to it once again. Although it may have been flying wide, she took no chances and deflected out for a corner.
Easthorpe was slow to retreat in that and was ever so nearly caught out. Corner for Fanua, who again hits with force. Farkery blocks well. Pepino took over. Fanua left a lunge in and wasn't happy about the block. Pepino found by Easthorpe. Wanted more at the back post, who had just peeled a little bit too wide. It's just how quickly the momentum can flip. Corner to defend becomes a counter in an instant. El Hayek. It's a tidy nod from Moore. Up next, of course, another hotly anticipated one. Perhaps the encore to an already exquisite opening night. As Damazi's denied by Easthorpe. An incredibly important save. 1-0, we're looking to halve the deficit as early as they can. Damazi, who was lurking back post as Halabi found Galanos, unable to make an impactful run.
We're running out of fingers to count the important saves that Easthorpe's made tonight. Really displaying why she's a Futsalroo multiple national title winners, as Gisela Pepino has another chance. And Fanua will hold it up. Clears as far as Damazi. Here's Galanos. Looks for Damazi again and well cut out by Malloy.
Fantastic evasion of the press from Fanua, who showed complete composure. It is now found by Halabi. Steered it again for Damazi, who wants to go at Malloy. This time more the beneficiary. Fanua's challenge a good one, but then couldn't sort her feet out. Recycled it for Galanos. Threaded only as far as Pepino, who got away from Halabi and now is on the charge. More up with her, and they walk it in. Pepino's got a hat-trick, and Vic Lions have a third. The dream opening night is now becoming a reality.
A clinical counter for Vic Lions. Sees Pepino finish off her solid work from the centre of the court into the back of the net, past El Hayek for a hat-trick. And what a way to stamp her arrival in Women's Series Futsal Victoria.
And Gisela Pepino, already the leader of the Golden Boot race. 1-0 for all of the momentum they built up at the back end of last year. At the moment, it is simply not going to plan on opening night. We said the sample size is small. Although it is a curtain raiser, it is certainly not a season definer. But still, you want to start as you wish to go on. They still have time to find a way to turn it around. Easthorpe came a long way. Her and Halabi had a coming together. Malloy and Farkery as well. And Easthorpe got a touch, so will be a 1-0 corner. Out for Fanua, who's drilled it. Moore with an important block. And Pepino can go on the charge again. Farkery was up. Fanua did well. Halabi recycled through Damazi, whose thread for Galanos had too much force.
As Malloy's had to go a long way to retrieve the ball for the side ball. She will bring it back in. Across to Moore. Back to Malloy. Finds Moore in the middle, who flicks it out to Allerton, who finds Moore down the line. A great ball. And Pepino will end up with it. Well done by Galanos, who tries to reset, but it's a wayward pass. Here's Allerton. Finds Pepino. Can she get it back to Allerton? And she's finished it off. A wayward pass in the middle of the court from Galanos has led to Vic Lions 4-0 up. And the MVP from last season, Clarissa Allerton, finishing off strongly.
Mistakes punished. You can ill afford to give a gift to an Australian international. Rolled it for Allerton at the back post. 3 and an assist. And a night where she has made her mark and then some. 1-0, still wanting to claw it back. Fanua lost to Malloy. Lovely footwork from Moore, who's got options left and right. They wanted to walk in a fifth. El Hayek denied defiantly. The Vic Lions corner. Pepino, Malloy with height. El Hayek got a palm. Fanua shut the door on Allerton. Rolled it back for Galanos, who gave it away to Moore. The block was made. Pepino's got 4. And it's a 5-star opening night.
Finished off yet again from Pepino. And they are 5 to the good as 1-0 seek another timeout. Perhaps like in the first half to try and reset themselves.
Not the start to the second half that they had planned, but the smile on Gisela Pepino's face says it all. For Victorian Lions, this could not be going better. 1-0, one timeout. And as we go to it, it's 1-0. Victorian Lions 5.
Yeah, back from the timeout. As 1-0 get us back underway. Perhaps a chance just to settle the nerves and re-energize and refuel themselves. As Damazi is forward. Can't get past Malloy. Jacobs out to Damazi. Fake shot rolls back. And a good challenge by Pepino. Out for a 1-0 ball.
1-0. Just have to get themselves out of a rut. They need to be cautious that this doesn't get further away from them. Goal difference, an important thing. Damazi couldn't refine Halabi. Moore's been magnificent. Pepino's perhaps the first misplaced piece of the evening was that ball for Allerton. An outrageously good statement so far. 1-0 for their credit. Now have a look. Galanos. Easthorpe came. The net is vacant. And it's bundled in. Rhiannon Jacobs went the long way round. Easthorpe came flying. Perhaps thoughtfully having been on a yellow. And 1-0 have themselves off the mark in the new season.
Almost consider herself lucky that Easthorpe that she didn't collect a player on the way through. And a goal probably not the worst outcome for Vic Lions there if she had have collected her and a red card. They would have been in a spot of bother, but Jacobs a strong finish to put 1-0 back in the game here.
Well, Hayek went long. Malloy read it. Jacobs was lurking. Damazi came across. There's still a bit of feeling in every challenge. There certainly is no spite lost. A ball for Halabi from Fanua too far ahead. It's a topsy-turvy sport sometimes. They have a quarter of an hour to try and find something which at the moment seems an improbable four. Malloy's on the charge. Allerton one way, Damazi came across and now has room to drive if it weren't for Clarissa Allerton, whose challenge was timed to perfection. It's an important moment. 5 minutes that can really define the course of not necessarily a season, but certainly its opening month. If 1-0 are able to come through it relatively unscathed or have a chip away, we've got a game on our hands with 10 minutes to go.
Well, it's long enough for 1-0. 4 goals down, but still could come back as Gisela Pepino had another chance off the bar from the top of the D.
Desperately close as Jacobs again goes with Easthorpe. Those two come together once again. Easthorpe, who was up gingerly early, now seems to again be feeling the full force of Darabin's courts. A really delightful night in the northern corner of the city. 1-0 maybe sent and open, given away by Jacobs to Pepino, who couldn't go round them all. Fanua did well.
More to bring the ball back into play. And it's cut out by Jacobs in the middle. She can't quite get the shot away. Allerton recovered well. And Easthorpe will find Pepino over the top. Brings it down well. Recess to Malloy, who finds Allerton. 3v2, she chips into the box. And Moore on the reverse kick almost finds the back of the net. Just wide.
Would have been magnificent. As Fanua couldn't clear beyond Malloy. Pepino, he's got McCaffrey to deal with. Rolled it on for Allerton. Moore. Again, that return with too much on it. But it is the movement that is desired. And the scoring has been stemmed a little bit. 1-0 just sitting in, but that's a giveaway from El Hayek. And Allerton snapped at it and wasn't able to make her pay the full price.
Although the scoring stemmed, the chances definitely flowing for both teams still. The goalkeepers have restored their hold on the game. As Fanua looks through the middle, intercepted by Pepino, who finds Allerton all alone, 1v1. El Hayek comes out and gets a good foot to the ball. Allerton finds it again, and it's well cut out by McCaffrey, who finds Halabi. And she can't quite trap it down the line as it rolls out for Vic Lyons' ball.
There's just that little bit more grit about 1-0 in the last 5 minutes. The side really digging in, wanting to ensure that this doesn't become a demolition job, but Pepino is in the mood to add more to her tally. That one wide, but in and of itself, if 1-0 can find 1 or 2 quickly, with everything in this game, you just never know. Fanua steered it over Malloy. Easthorpe came a long way. Only found Fanua once more. Allerton went the challenge, won it the second time, and then made it too heavy for Moore.
Just caught flat-footed there. Moore wasn't expecting the quick ball from Allerton. And Halabi will bring it up. Allerton on the press again. Hasn't let anything out from the back from 1-0.
This high press from Victorian Lions has been to excellent effect this evening. They've not allowed 1-0 to play out, and they've crowded centrally where 1-0 have looked to dominate, and did dominate towards the end of last season, getting Damazi and Fanua into those places. So McCaffrey's on the charge. Malloy forced Easthorpe into an unintended palm, and then at the second attempt, the near post remained guarded. Malloy once more, not beyond Jacobs, who had an early hit! And it's an elastic save from Easthorpe to steer it away for a corner.
Was sought for the bottom corner there, but Easthorpe denied again. As it comes to McCaffrey from the corner. Happy to hold it up. Spreads it to Jacobs. Back to Halabi, who looks through the middle for Fanua, to no avail. Easthorpe, long ball. And El Hayek will pick up. Finds Fanua in the centre of the court. Halabi Switch across to McCaffrey. Great pass. Cuts inside. Pepino cuts it out once again. Malloy finds more. Jacobs came sliding in and forced the turnover. 1-0 ball.
Certainly not a friendly start to the season for either of these two teams. It's been an action-packed one for the officials. McCaffrey couldn't get beyond Malloy. With 12 minutes to go. This second half, by comparison to the one which preceded it, has been rather tamed. Fanua went looking, cut out well by Malloy, who had options left and right. Allerton, Pepino, Moore kept the run going. Pepino looked for her, just wasn't quite able to find her. And Sadie Smith came across the clear. The incision's been hard to go with. Allerton shifting, darting, Al Hayek parried. Moore on the second attempt, went a scorpion. And wasn't able to find the net. Hayek looks long. Malloy in ahead of Jacobs, on for Pepino, who drifts away from McCaffrey. Step beyond Fanua. It's wonderful futsal. It is brilliant.
Pepino making her mark in Women's Series Futsal in 2026. Yet again, take the ball up the middle. Couple of step overs, a 1-2, and just rolling it into the back of the net. She finds her 5th goal.
The exclamation point on a statement night. You know who is holding the headlines? 5 on debut. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. And she's not done yet. This time on for Moore, who couldn't get beyond Fanua. Again, 1-0, can't get out. Smith battled and ran out of room while doing so.
Moore lays for Pepino. And it's saved by Al Hayek, but Allerton on the follow-in made sure the ball crossed the line. And Vic Lions appear to run over the top of 1-0 at the moment.
Her first Vic Lions goal. Clarissa Allerton since making the move from Melbourne Aku. She is off the mark in and of herself. On a night of firsts, on a night of new dawns, new chapters, new eras. Pepino could be on for 6 at the very best. Allerton up with her now. Had Galanos to go at, set it for Malloy, via a deflection off the post. Inches away from another. As we're near the halfway stage of the second half. It's not been one for 1-0 that's gone their way in a giveaway from Smith. Set back for Pepino. Oh, was inches away from another picture book goal.
Seeking to build a lead in the Golden Boot race here that won't be caught for the rest of the season, Pepino. As Malloy wins the header, down to Damazi. And Pepino equal to it. Last touch off Damazi as well, so Vic Lions ball.
There's a lot of disbelief from Claudia Damazi with that particular decision. You can see quite a disheartened 1-0 side as Allerton looks to worsen the woes. Pepino shifting, stepping, Malloy. Pepino, Moore, Allerton. Set for Pepino once more. Who has run it from minute 1. Threaded terrifically, and the save from El Hayek was just as such. And she's gone early and scored an absolute worldie. That is out of this world. The night may not go their way, but that is something truly special.
The reigning Golden Boot winner picked the ball up and saw Easthorpe off her line and thought, why not have a go? And she finished superbly. Easthorpe running back, couldn't reach the ball. What a goal from Lara El Hayek.
Astonishing, absolutely astonishing. One of the league's finest shot stoppers has added that to her arsenal as well in recent times.
Joshua Fusco cannot believe it.
And again, it may not be their night, but that is superb. Pepino Galanos who took a tumble, and then Step Smith with ease. Options left and right. Fancy's going beyond them all, but Demazi put a stop to that. Smith not beyond more. Pepino sat El Hayek down. What a block! Oh, it's brilliant.
Too good from Monica Whenua. El Hayek was beaten and across she came to deny Pepino her 6th goal. As Demazi fighting hard against Moore, and she's been fouled.
Much to Moore's dismay, much to Gnomes Langham's dismay. A real tussle, on which Demazi wins out on this occasion.
As Carlton Hart warm up behind the court on the night of their return to Series Futsal. Hopefully we can expect to see some good things from them this season. As Malloy looks forward and is cut out by Whenua.
Fitzroy were here earlier as well. Certainly an expansive contingent in Canary. A lot listed for Jimmy Soufas' side. Both of these two want to start as strongly as possible. They understand that there's a race to be had here to see who wants to be crowned. Both will put themselves in the picture, but at the moment, Vic Lions, all the way from the plains, are making their own march. Moore, Pepino arriving and steered it just wide. They just picked 1-0 apart. Carved open with coolness. All it lacked was the finishing touch.
And you sense this Vic Lions side will spell trouble for everyone in this league. The way they move the ball as they're on the counter again here with Moore. Finds Pepino, can't quite get it under. Just the way the ball moves between them, it's hard to defend, and something we don't often see as much in the league here in Victoria.
Pepino got it back from Moore, whose touch was loose on this occasion. Seems to be a rarity this evening. El Hayek looked long. Demazi flicked for Halabi. I was hoping that Taylor Halabi gambled Claudia Demazi. Didn't quite do so at the far post. Easthorpe, who seems to have been unbothered by that first half booking. Churchy couldn't step Demazi. Pepino was there to lend a helping hand. Demazi takes a tumble and is in a bad way. Immediately clutched at her calf. This is not good.
Could maybe just be cramp, I think, as she's suggesting, and Krista Malloy comes over to help her stretch it out. She's played big minutes this game, leading her team from the back. It's not surprising that she has succumbed to a cramp in the first round of the season.
Like we said, the first bit of mileage in the legs, really. Demazi had a heavy end to 2025, represented Victoria as well at the state championship, the national championships. Certainly someone who has an endless tank of energy. Has really energised this 1-0 side. It seems only to be cramped, only wants a minute before returning. That is truly quite something.
She puts it all on the line for her club, Claudia Demazi.
Demazi goes to the bench just to get a little bit of treatment. And it's just cramp. Confirmation from Demazi herself as Allerton flicked it on for Pepino. Couldn't step Jacobs, who did terrifically, and now is on the march. Has nobody else up with her. Rhiannon Jacobs, all on her own, does supremely well. This time sets back for Halabi, who had a look from range. Pepino didn't help out Easthorpe, and Whenua steered one in. They are within 4 with 8 to go.
Is the comeback on Ethan? You never know in futsal. With the stop clock, 1 minute can be a lot of time. 8 minutes is certainly a lot of time.
Plenty of time to go. And now Vic Lions, certainly maybe not yet, but if one more hits the net, you really just never know. Will they start to rue some of those missed chances earlier? Allerton split Pepino and Churchy, and now Jacobs is on her own. Malloy retreat. Easthorpe had to save.
A quality hit from Jacobs there on the volley. And earns herself a corner.
Taken out for Whanua. Invited Allerton, found Jacobs, who wanted the return off the spin, but nobody was there to oblige her with a 1-2.
Vic Lions need to settle the game down now. You sense 1-0 might be gaining some momentum despite the score. Just want to shore up the defences, make sure they don't concede again.
Second half timeout still unused by Vic Lions. Pepino, Churchy, had Allerton down the line and finds her. Set back for Pepino. Just drawing Halabi, trying to move the shape. Malloy again ran out of room. 1-0's press stepped up. Pepino away from Halabi, is all on her own. Churchy was in support. Smith with a great challenge. Now, can they go on the counter? Halabi's return too heavy.
Deflection off Malloy brings it out for a 1-0 ball. Chance here perhaps for Whanua to have a shot. Goes to the middle instead. Jacobs on the turn. It's gone for a corner deflection.
Just having a couple of looks. Corner taken. Whanua with force. That's a brilliant save from Easthorpe. Not only to stop but to gather and then release Pepino, who's gone beyond Whanua and flashed it wide.
Great control of the ball from Pepino. Easthorpe wise to go find her. Quite accustomed to each other from representing New South Wales Thunder together at the National Championships. Was quick to catch and find her from the goalkeeper's ball. And Gisela Pepino took it down and almost finished miraculously. Halabi will bring the ball back in to Whanua. Pressed by Allerton. Finds Jacobs at the top. Ball cut out by Pepino. And she'll go again. Strong foot in by Whanua to stop the counter-attack.
Just starting to build that momentum back. Having been under the pump a little bit. Allerton had tiptoed round the back. Pepino the only one to see it. Just couldn't quite place it into her path. It was a matter of inches from finding her and maybe finding a goal that would break resistance. McCaffrey cut out by Malloy. Churchy. Whanua with force. Halabi. Jacobs away from one, but not beyond Malloy. A blockbuster end to an already brilliant opening night. The league you can't take your eyes off is well and truly back. And back at its fever-pitched best. Pepino ran out of room while trying to go the long way round. Halabi.
El Hayek finds McCaffrey on the left. Switch back across. Halabi has a hit. It's high over the bar. Easthorpe searching for Allerton again, and Halabi comes across. Doesn't take any chances, clears the ball out. Allerton, Malloy. Back to Allerton. Malloy again, switches to Farcry. Farcry on the drive. Whanua comes across. Farcry goes through. And Al Hayek sliding out. We'll start the attack quickly. Whanua on the turn, and Malloy has done very well to stop them there. 3v1, 1-0 we're out. We couldn't quite get the ball under control.
Another nearly moment. Another ever so close look for 1-0. Time starting to tick away from them now. Whanua. Again, not beyond Malloy. Approaching the final 5 minutes. On the curtain raiser for both of these two. Vic Lions. It has been a truly, truly magnetic liftoff.
Certainly has.
1-0. Although not grounded. Possibly. Not quite reaching the same heights thus far.
Certainly still good signs from 1-0. As Taylor Halabi was denied again by Easthorpe. They're making the chances. But Easthorpe's equal to it at the minute.
There is still time, of course.
Of course. It's a long season as well.
An opening day defeat not defining. Certainly not the way you want to start, but you cannot win them all. Allerton hooked away by McCaffrey. Easthorpe came, and Fanua and her are coming together. Easthorpe again did well. Has judged that tidily since getting booked. Lovely 1-2 to Mozzie. McCaffrey. Easthorpe denied. McCaffrey kept it alive. Wanted to set it back for Halabi. Al Hayek's come a long way and now is on the charge. Fancy to hit herself, and it ricochets out of play.
Demazi back on the court after the cramp. It's Halabi's ball cut out by Farcry. She's done well to recover and win it back. Here's Fanua. Flicks past Easthorpe, but not quite. And Churchy will clear her lines. Fanua on the spin again. As Malloy cuts the ball out. 3v2 here. And Allerton not quite up to it as she moves to sub. The legs getting tired here in the final stages.
Caffrey. Again, we're looking for Fanua, but wasn't quite able to find her. Many a nearly moment for 1-0. Had they taken one or both, this game could look rather different. Malloy. Back for more. Victorian Lions just taking the time out of the game. Demazi again with a diving read. Set it back for McCaffrey, who stepped away from Moore. Had two up with him. McCaffrey went alone. And Easthorpe gathered ever so coolly. The most impressive debutante. It's Farcry. Lost out to Demazi, who couldn't tiptoe around. Both of these sides now have got themselves lifted off. 1-0 still, throwing the kitchen sink at it. Moore. Set back for Malloy. Wanted the thread. Demazi did well. Set it for Halabi. McCaffrey was charging. Spun away round Churchy. Isolated was Sophie McCaffrey, who was given a shove. And then lost out to Farcry, who only had more up with her. Fanua as well in retreat. And it finds its way out of play.
The 1-0 bench incensed. They thought Sophie McCaffrey was fouled. However, the ref's unmoved.
Certainly thought McCaffrey was shoved in the build-up.
Certainly has been a physical game, but it's good to see. Lots of energy in the opening round as Fanua across the goal, and what a save from Easthorpe, denying McCaffrey. Reactionary at its finest, just flicked up her left hand and thought for sure that was headed goalward.
Outrageously good stop from someone having an outrageously good night. Halabi, McCaffrey. Again, wanted to spin Churchy. And there's another shout for a push, which again does not abate. McCaffrey's take. Set for Demazi, who wanted to thread it for Fanua out the other side and wasn't able to. It's been that kind of night for 1-0.
Entering the final 2 minutes of the game here as Halabi wins it back to McCaffrey. Looking for the split pass to Fanua. Pepino wins it back and sliding in as Halabi to no avail. Farcry switches to Pepino. She can't quite find the final pass in a good Vic Lions counter, which we have been well versed in tonight. As McCaffrey skips past Churchy. Shots on, and a great stop again by Easthorpe, splitting low to the front post. She was almost cheating towards the player at the back post, but brought into reactionary save on the front. Good thinking by McCaffrey as Fanua back to Halabi. Finds Fanua in the D. Flicks back to McCaffrey. She's going to try it. And Fanua's copped a block as Vic Lions go on the counter. Farcry with the hit. And we're back the other way. Halabi couldn't quite bring it under control. And Pepino will clean up to Moore. Farcry. Switches across. Here's Churchy. Has a hit. Ambitious at best.
An off-balance strike. When you're 7-3 up with just under 90 seconds to go, why not have a look? Allerton with a good read. On for Farkery. It was just a touch too far ahead of her. Still pushing, still pressing. Both of these sides. You get the feeling. One, they'll want to chip away as many more as they can. They do have a corner. Approaching the final minute. Set for McCaffrey. It's a good block from Moore. Halabi's following. His side netting. And again, Easthorpe gathers to go. And Allerton's marching. That's a great read from Galanos, who judged it well. Through the legs of Farkery, onto Halabi. Tried to drill for Fanua, left it off the post. Galanos for Farkery. Shout of handball waved away. The 1-0 bench beyond incensed. And now there's a halt.
A shout of handball. Although it's hard to pay that, especially when they slide out. If the hand's supporting them, it can't be a handball.
And now the referee, Ben, just waving it away, confirming.
If there's no intention of the handball and the hand's just supporting the slide, Ethan, I don't think you can pay that.
Fanua with a slide. Maybe one more bit of controversy on a night which will have written its own headlines, really. 1-0 might feel hard done by. Seconds tick down. The Vic Lions are headed for the dream start to life in Series Futsal. 9 players added in the new year, 12 overall. It's been a really raucous summer of recruiting. All for the task of the season ahead, all for the challenges which have lied before them. The first one at least looks like it's going to be conquered.
It certainly looks successful, Ethan. The Futsal Roos, Gisela Pepino and Easthorpe making their mark. 5 goals and a plethora of perfect saves to go with that, as McCaffrey has a shot and yet another save from Easthorpe. She has been near faultless tonight. As McCaffrey finds Fanua, will have a final hit and slips as she hits. It's wide again.
Dying Ember. The last involvement for Victorian Lions. The promised land is off to the starts they could not have dreamed of. A truly, truly dominant opening evening, marked in no part by Gisela Pepino. A supreme performance. 2 Australian internationals in, and both showed national calibre. 1-0. With all the momentum built, it will be a tough one to take into the next week. A defeat on opening night isn't final, but it certainly can be disheartening. Full time in Darebin, it's 1-0 3, Victorian Lions 7. We've already had a look at the champions, and now we look towards two of the challengers to close out opening night. Two who both eagerly eye this league's most coveted prize. Fitzroy, the only ones to prevent Aku invincibility last season, suffered heartache of their own in the Falls Cup final. They will want to extinguish those dreary Darabin memories and start a season of pursuit perfectly. Many a time so close, yet so far. You have to go back 3 calendar years, season 2 of 2022, for the last time that the Tigers were crowned champions. They are hoping that this is finally the one. All the wondering, pondering and longing can be no more. Carlton Heart are too, and they are back, hoping for a fruitful season and the culmination of a steady climb right to the peak of the mountain. Their return follows a top 4 finish in the opening season of the year just gone. All of the pieces Heart are hoping are finally there, are finally going to come together, and they now look to the evening sky to see if the stars well and truly are going to align. Both of these sides already are all in for the curtain raiser, and it's a fixture which has significance. It weighs heavily, not just for itself, but for its pair of protagonists as well. We've already seen 2 on opening night. We've already seen statements made. Is there one more to be had here, Oscar?
Well, Fitzroy certainly have bolstered their squad in the season break. Back close to what would be their full-strength team. Carlton as well, although marred by injury. As Anna Piers-Barlow hits the post, the first chance of the game. Fitzroy split open at the back, and you thought for a second she put it past Beth Mason-Jones, just off the post. It's Diana Friscalzo, searching for her sister, and well cut out by DeWong at the back.
It's a hard side as well, without a couple of regulars, without a few players who are key difference makers as well. It's a side who come back to it looking to take it up to Fitzroy. Claudia Friscalzo, who is returning, has been fouled. Here's Barlow just in a little bit late. First free kick for the Tigers. And there's a bit of confusion over who might be the one to take it. McClure takes the responsibility. Went down the line and got it back from Diana Friscalzo. Here's Barlow looked to close. Abdul Latif, the reigning Golden Boot winner. A loose touch set back for Mason-Jones. Friscalzo was lurking, but marshalled well by Racinos. And Piers Barlow looked for McClure with a good challenge. Both of these two, if you wondered before the start of the season, you would say they would certainly be in the title race. And tonight's a night where they would measure up against one another. It's never an easy opening fixture. You don't get any freebies at the start of the new campaign. But for both of these sides, to get a look at somebody who you feel in a few months' time could very well be up at the same end of the table as you, it really, really is a tantalising entanglement.
A strong block from Piers Barlow as Fitzroy find their first corner of the game. Friscalzo couldn't quite get over the ball and high and wide. Hart definitely short of a few players tonight. Beck Davies not playing. Kobe Wilbert misses out. The ankle injury from Nationals.
And it is a wounded Hart side. Grace Paredes as well, not in the side too. So it's very much a Hart team who will have to show plenty of their namesake.
Of course, Freya Duffy also injured. The list goes on for Hearts.
As for Fitzroy, I'm sure Jimmy Soufas was smiling with glee at the opportunity of the full ensemble. New signings Mary Hugh Beacon and Isabella Chincotta will have to come from the bench. as will Alexia Karistal, who makes her first Fitzroy appearance this evening. Frascalzo marshalled well, Racinos was swarmed by two Tigers in the form of McClure and Frascalzo waiting to pounce.
And Karistal's fellow teammates in Sky Blue from up north have made their mark earlier tonight, with East Hope playing well in goals, and of course Gisela Pepino making an absolute statement.
Rather stole the show on opening night, Pepino. And East Hope was magnificent between the sticks. Many an important save. As Vic Lions survived a little bit of a late scare, but won rather comfortably. They've laid their marker down. Abdul Latif with a wicked strike from range, and it took a touch. It will be a Fitzroy corner.
Player to watch, Abdul Latif, the reigning Golden Boot winner, Youth Player of the Season from last year. So they find her from the corner. Mason Jones. Back to Abdul Latif. Cuts inside. The shot's on for Abdul Latif, and she opens her 2026 account. Layla Abdul Latif cutting inside and finishing strongly past Alvarenga.
The Tigers have liftoff. Abdul Latif afforded too many yards and drilled with certainty. It took an unhandy deflection on the way in. Fitzroy have their first of the new campaign. And the Tigers, who suspect to be challenging again, have liftoff and now are in the mood. Frascalzo's on the charge. Had two to beat. It's a brilliant save from Alvarenga. Had to react sharply. Claudia Frascalzo's strike had some fire behind it. Fitzroy corner. Having gone a goal up inside 5 minutes. Abdul Latif. Flick for Frascalzo on the volley. What a save. Superb from Alvarenga. With flair. And truly, truly fantastic footwork from Fitzroy.
The flick across from Abdul Latif, perhaps not intentionally in the air, but Frascalzo dealt with it well. And Alvarenga had to make a good save.
That corner, not so successful. Testing the touch of Reese Interisi on the Hart touchline. In fact, it hit the railing as well. Given away by Piers Barlow to McClure. That's a rather rash challenge. And that might be the final talking to. Referee Ben on the near side. Just quick to lay down the law.
Piers Barlow certainly setting the tone in this game here. There's two challenges now. She's been called for a foul, but going in hard. That's what we like to see. As Abdul Latif's pass is wide of McClure. Carlton look to reset.
Bit of a wayward switch from Abdul Latif. Switch found Smart, who lost to Frascalzo. Chloe Martello went for the battle. One of the signings Hearts have made over from Northern Phoenix. McClure has Abdul Latif one weight, Diana Frascalzo the other. Goes for Abdul Latif, who's got Smart to go at. She waited out very well and made a good challenge in the end. In deftly. Fitzroy are looking to get off to a red-hot start. Already one up and already circling. Abdul Latif got it back from McClure. Martello out to close, set for Frascalzo. It's a good block from Piers Barlow, who can now get on the charge. Frascalzo tried the pull back, and Piers Barlow took it on early. Trying to catch up Mason Jones. It goes for Frascalzo. Duong wanting to hold off. Frascalzo. Hugh Beak, her first involvement for her new club. As part of a trio of Aku triumphs. And now sets time in Fitzroy. And a first involvement as well for Alexia Karistal, who's quick to find Hugh Beak. Frascalzo. Karistal once again. Threaded tidily, Hugh Beak. Took a deflection off Piers Barlow, who got in the way. Alvarenga prevents the corner, but clears only as far as Karistal. Gets it back from Hugh Beak. Fitzroy moving it rather metronomically. Karistal off the bar! Would have been a beauty. Denied by the frame. On a night where we've seen fantastic goals, that might nearly have been the pick of the bunch.
And what a start it would have been for Alexia Karastal on her debut for Fitzroy. Just cut it down the line and thought she'd try her luck off the crossbar. Here she is again. Another shot comes in. Good save by Alvarenga, and Piers Barlow on the break, shut down by Mary Habik. Karastal looks lively.
And Hart inches away from being 2 down. Alvarenga went long, wanted smart. Mason Jones commanded well. Quickly on for Friscalzo, who had Karastal going on her own. And just steered it wide at the crucial moment. Hart wanting some calm, and Juwon wanting to bring that. Flashed it into Friscalzo and out of play. Hart now having their own moment of sustained pressure. Went long for Martello. Smart did well on the following. Hubique tidily. Friscalzo. With Karastal. Went back for Diana Friscalzo, who's got room to go. Claudia Friscalzo wanted the spin, wanted the switch for Hubique. And it took a touch. It will be a Fitzroy corner.
Hubique to take. Karastal positioned down the line. She rolls inside for Friscalzo. Can't quite get under control, and Smart will go back the other way. And her touch, none the better. Out for a Fitzroy ball.
Not just lacking rhythm. In this first 5.5 minutes, Hubique on for Diana Friscalzo. A couple of changes being prepped already. Friscalzo got it back from Hubique. One sister to another. Has Juwon to drive at. And Karastal dropped off too far. Is there a moment of respite for Hart, perhaps? Smart on the switch for Martello. Juwon. Went threaded for Piers Barlow. Friscalzo got in. It'll be a free kick.
And Piers Barlow incensed with the call. Looked as though Diana Friscalzo took a tumble. The referee claiming otherwise. There was a clip in there. Heasley will restart. Beth Mason-Jones crosses halfway, finds Heasley, cuts it to the back post, and Alvarenga equal to it. She'll have a go. And just not quite has the journey. Mason-Jones would have been caught out. Couldn't quite hit the target, Alvarenga.
Hubique. Let's go the other way. Wasn't able to find Heasley. Just absorbing, just withstanding at the moment. Juwon went out to Joffre on the other side. Here's Barlow. Good foot in by Karastal. They just cannot get through the high press at the moment.
It's a good high press from Fitzroy, allowing Carlton to drop the ball and then stepping up on the second pass, forcing the ball to the target, and more often than not sending up with Mason-Jones at the back. And they can reset and have the ball on their own terms. As Habik switches across to Karastal. Finds Heasley. Back to Karastal. Across, Friscalzo has some room to go. Plays Karastal. Skips past Yoffe. Finds Heasley in the corner. And Piers Barlow equal to the cutback. A touch takes it out.
Fitzroy circling. The only side to beat the reigning champions last season. They will be fueled by their Falls Cup failure in the final. Club we don't take lightly. Hart still under the pump, still hanging in there. Juwon. Racines dropped off for her momentarily. Joffre went longer. Racines looked in that direction, wasn't quite able to find anybody. Colleen Ferry as well, another player who just waited as an option. Hubique. Karastal. Rolled out for Hubique, went on the switch. Racines Happy to watch it fly by. Easily in retreat, unable to get there. Hearts have been nullified for majority of this opening half of the first period. That's a lovely ball from Racinos to find Joff, who couldn't get away from Hugh Beak. Heasley, Caristal. Heasley. Happy to reset with Hugh Beak. Fitzroy just wanting shape. Rowan. Threaded tidily. Caristal got a yard on Duong and steered her effort wide of Alvarenga's far post.
Good touch and a good turn, just couldn't quite find the target, Caristal. As Duong's pass is cut out. She wins it back. Finds Ferry. Now wide to Yoff. Caristal. One back by Ferry. She'll step on it and switch across to Racinos. And Carlton will reset. Duong's ball to Ferry. Her beak presses up. Call of step from the Fitzroy bench. But Carlton have done awfully well to get out of it. Here's Racinos. Yoff across to Racinos. Couldn't quite get her feet right.
Easily the most animated Hearts have looked. Fitzroy caught momentarily. Heasley. On for Caristal. Options left and right. Threaded it for Hugh Beak, who went early. Alvarenga parried and waited for the cavalry. Rowan's got an open net and steers it in for two. A mix-up at the back for Carlton Hearts. Rowan stole in at the back post and Fitzroy accepts a bit of a gift.
Good game awareness from Rowan. Alvarenga spilt it and she was there to tap it into the back post.
Not the start Hart would have wanted. Nearing the halfway stage of their first half upon their return. They have it all to do. Fitzroy playing at a fever pitch. Caristal, Hugh Beak. Caristal went again. This time went the early drive. Racinos in the way. Fell for Martello. Piers Barlow. Not beyond Mary Hugh Beak, who stood firm. Alvarenga wanted to go the long way for Martello. Caristal came across. Half of good reads. Fitzroy have controlled this game without much problem. Duong stepped away from Rowan. Wanted to thread for Martello. Caristal cut across well.
Side ball Carlton. Apologies. Racinos to bring it in. All the way back to Alvarenga. Duong. Finds Martello at the top. 1v1 with Caristal. Held up well. Back to Duong. Finds Piers Barlow up the top. Lays it off for Racinos. Couldn't quite get the shot away on her left foot. Got the shot away rather, but couldn't quite find the target.
Another introduction. Isabella Chincotta. Made the move over from Northcote. It's her first look at life in Fitzroy yellow. Caristal finds her. Nervy first touch. Half that has gone smoothly so far. Tigers have really bared their teeth. Heart not quite on life support. Condition not critical, but needing a lift. It's a good challenge from Chincotta. Caristal on for Hugh Beak, who stepped away from Piers Barlow. Rowan to the back post. And Fitzroy have turned in a treble.
Great work from Mary Habik there. Sold the shot extremely well and then just cut the ball to the back post. Alicia Rowan was waiting. Couldn't miss from there and she just tucked it home.
Terrific. The Tigers are playing that free-flowing futsal. Hearts to this point haven't had an answer. Piers Barlow wanted movement, wanted Smart to go, and then rolled away from Rowan magnificently. And that one for Martello with height without direction. Baptism of fire, it's safe to say, on Hearts' return. And this has also got the risk of getting away from them if they're not careful. all the steps they've taken, all of the pieces they've put together. You get the feeling they wanted it to come together this year. QB couldn't find Cincotta at opening night. Small sample size, as we've been saying, not enough to judge a team.
Certainly a tough ask for Carlton as well, with the players they do have missing. Could suggest that Beck Davies, the National Futsal Championships MVP, is a big out for them, as Cincotta steals in and couldn't quite finish off the good press. Of course, as well, Kobe Wilbert, an excellent player, and Freya Duffy too. As Alvarenga drops it for Piers Barlow. Looks for Smart, cut out by Frescalzo. Miscommunication in the middle, but Cincotta wins it back. Here's Frescalzo. Gets through, shots off, and Alvarenga equal to it. It went through the legs of Piers Barlow. And out off Frescalzo for a keeper's ball.
Rather strange shepherd from Piers Barlow. See if Alvarenga could retreat and recover. Caristal did well in chaos. Kubik. That's a lovely ball to find Frescalzo. He's got Piers Barlow to go at. Frescalzo driving. Cincotta was the late run, but it had just gone before she got there.
Tried to delay long enough for Frescalzo down the line, but wasn't quite on the same wavelength as Cincotta, as she wins it back.
It's been a brilliant opening night. Again, not just to this season, but to the futsal calendar here in Victoria. Already been graced by many a top player from interstate.
And certainly a big weekend to follow. The youth season kicks off tomorrow night. The men's season Sunday night too.
As an unfortunate own goal. Smart steers beyond Alvarenga. And unfortunately for Hearts, sometimes when it is not going your way, strange things tend to happen. Not one to dwell on.
Certainly unfortunate for Smart there. Just didn't quite have her body positioned right. Did all the right things except just a bit open to face the goal, and in the end it came off into the goal.
Good challenge from Yoff. Cincotta did well. Smart on the return. Forces the first save out of Mason Jones, who's quickly on the other way. Caristal was on her own. Piers Barlow got up. Fitzroy have a corner. Abdul Latif, one of the options. Cincotta lurking centrally. Goes for Abdul Latif. Caristal. Frescalzo. Thought that was some force. Piers Barlow not beyond Abdul Latif. And Frescalzo quickly crowded. And the ball quickly into touch. Many a change being prepped on the Fitzroy bench. Racinos also planning a re-entry. Abdul Latif from range. It's a beauty.
The golden boot does it again. Just can't give her an inch. Opened up in the middle of the court and just found the bottom left corner on the toe poke. What a finish from Layla Abdul Latif.
Speared in supremely from range. Abdul Latif left open and arrowed it into the bottom corner for a fab Fitzroy fourth, and Frescalzo's looking to make it 5 in next to no time. Tuong happy to concede the corner. In fact, it is a fab fifth. Frescalzo, Caristal.
Searching for that maiden Fitzroy and Women's Series Futsal Victoria goal.
Crowded out of a moment by a Martello block. That's another look from Cincotta. On the switch was Abdul Latif, who's got Racinos to go at. Caristal, Abdul Latif. This time the switch is for Cincotta. Frescalzo. It's moved marvellously. Abdul Latif not beyond Smart. That's a super challenge.
Quality communication from Caristal and Abdul Latif as the ball switches to Cincotta. Parallel down the line, Caristal. Down the line, cuts it across the goal, and Alvarenga gets a solid hand to it. Out for a Fitzroy corner.
And Jimmy Sufis might want timeout. Taken before the corner, timeout called. You wondered when it would come. He's never one to waste one. It has been a golden start for Fitzroy to the new campaign. Hearts have got some head scratching to do as we go to timeout for the first time. It's Fitzroy 5, Carlton Heart 0. A corner for Fitzroy. Already 5 up, already looking for a way to add a 6th. Caristol on the receive. And steered it just over. It would have been a spectacular set-piece routine. Throw long, Caristol took it down. Hart have a shout for handball, which is heard.
Dangerous throw from Alvarenga there. As Reece enjoys his sights on the bench, the ball has to go over the top, can't allow a player to come and cut the ball out through the middle and come back the other way.
Hart needing some answers if they are to try and salvage this evening. Not in terms of just chipping away at the deficit, but it's not too early for damage limitation. 5 down, Frescalzo wore that. Felt the full force of Bianca Racinos' strike. Taken quickly, cleared well. Only as far as Juwong. Caristol with a great read in ahead of Smart and is now on the charge. Frescalzo up with her. McClure the late arrival, as was Abdul Latif. Racinos did well. Ferry. Juwong just invited Caristol to go and win it, and that's all she needed. Just a glimmer. McClure lost out to Ferry. Juwong went on the switch for Racinos. Caristol again clipped in, but this time only found touch.
Positive from Carlton Heart after the timeout. In behind on a chance there.
It's the kind of invention they will need to show more of, just to get themselves off the mark. It's been a nervy start for Hart. Saidu weren't quite able to find a rhythm. Fitzroy's pressure from the start has been good. They're hoping for a lull where they can just steal some initiative. 6.5 to half time. If they can get off the mark, you'll see possibly more confidence. Here's Caristol shifting and striking just over.
Just hasn't quite found the target yet. Caristol has had the chances and taken them on, but still searching for that goal.
Juwong. Frescalzo went on the press to good effect. Carlton Heart still unable to break through the press, which has been relentless. Juwong, Frescalzo hustled her. Racinos, likely by Abdul Latif. Frescalzo again not giving up on it. Hart gaining yards. And clipped over. And this time, once more out of play.
That seems like the route for Carlton Heart at the moment. Struggling with the high press, they look over the top to find the target. As Frescalzo gets round Piers Barlow, she makes a foot in for a good block. Mason Jones, long throw, finds Frescalzo, one out on her, gets it down, and she finishes. Claudia Frescalzo from the Beth Mason Jones throw, takes it down on her chest and pokes it past Alvarenga. Fitzroy have a 6th.
Direct and delightful from Fitzroy. Good vision from Mason Jones. The touch from Friscalzo was tidy. And the finish certain. First of many, you get the feel, of that sort of link-up. It's been something we've seen quite a lot on opening night. Keepers unafraid to go the direct route in hope of something fruitful. For this time for Fitzroy, it was fantastic. Stiana Friscalzo, Abdul Latif. Racinos went on the press. McClure has Piers Barlow to charge at. And tiptoed terrifically, but ran out of room while doing so. Fine margins. And Fitzroy, with 5.5 to go to half time, get the feeling we're in the mood to have one of those nights. We talked about statements on opening night. Victorian Lions made one. Pepino and East Hope both made themselves known. Melbourne Aku made a statement of their own, one of grit and determination, coming from behind to beat Northcote. Is it Fitzroy's turn to add to that? Racinos out the other way for Piers Barlow. Racinos had to hammer it away under intense pressure.
Northcote and 1-0 certainly showing good signs despite the results. It is obviously a long season and it is only the first round, so as much as the points count, there's promising signs from both those teams. As McClure wins a corner.
It's a long season ahead, and sometimes the opening fixtures don't fall favourably nor kindly. Not an easy task to have the reigning champions first up. A side who've made a lot of noise, a lot of new signings and a lot of expectation. And against one who will be charging till the end towards the title. Fitzroy still pushing. Friscalzo had a hit. Alvarenga got a touch. And a tidy 1-2. Quickly across at a near post to deny a 7th. McClure's corner. Quickly out for Friscalzo, who went with height, too much height.
Racinos tries to find the target. Does well, but lost out to Friscalzo. She finds Rowan. It's frantic in the middle. Martello wins it back to Piers Barlow. Finds Racinos. Out to Martello. Looks for the parallel. It's one back beautifully by McClure and couldn't quite get on the receiving end of her own dribble.
Hearts have just done well at stemming the flow. Defensively, it's become more rigid. Has allowed fewer spaces for Fitzroy, who themselves are going through the rotation. Can Hart, maybe, just maybe, get off the mark before half-time? Friscalzo, McClure, loose touch, Chuong was in. Martello in retreat, happy to hammer it away. It has been a goal-laden opening night. Corner out for Heasley. Friscalzo couldn't quite find Rowan. She was crowded out by 2. Another change getting prepped. Off of what you've seen so far, what would you say, or who would you say, has made the biggest stride?
In terms of players?
From their starting point, or on opening night, all start on 0. Who has made the biggest statement so far?
Well, it's hard to go past Gisela Pepino and her 5 goals for Vic Lions earlier tonight. But I think it's always hard to tell in the first week of a season. I think Yamashita did well with her Aku girls, very new team, to hold them together and get over the top of Northcote. And I think Fitzroy so far have been professional in the way they've gone about this game. As McClure slips on the ball.
It's 3 very different kinds of opening day launches, really. I suppose there's been 6 in total, but when it comes to the 3 sides who have been in positive positions, 3 very different performances. Aku was one of grind, of flair in parts, but for the most part, it was a performance of sustenance. When it came to Vic Lyons, it was certainly flair, it was style. But that late drop-off, you wonder if there's just a couple of questions posed about it. Fitzroy have been professional up until now. It's been ruthless and relentless. Three teams adopting very different ways of finding positive results. Hart have a corner here. And maybe, just maybe, an opportunity to get themselves going. Offers take, wanted the back post. Wanted Piers Barlow, hammered away by Heasley. Only as far as Racinos, who reloads. Threaded, only as far as Frascalzo, who's going on a run. Tiptoe beyond two. Had Rowan launching and went on her own.
Just made the angle too tight for herself. Couldn't quite steer it on target. So Alvarenga looks forward, her beat cuts it out. She chases hard to get there, but no avail. The touch wasn't quite there. Piers Barlow to bring it in. Uses Alvarenga. Oh, and she's giving it away, Alvarenga. Hubik wins it across to Frascalzo. Perhaps could have had more time on the ball there. One back with Fitzroy. And out for a corner.
All new signings as well. Seems to be settling in very nicely. Hubik brings a lot of experience and edge. Chinkota, a lot of flair and control, and here is Hubik. Fancied a look! He wasn't far away from the near post.
Jimmy Soufis calling the high press for Fitzroy. But Heasley's let her player go. Slips in behind. Fitzroy lucky she couldn't quite get the touch under control. But Piers Barlow presses hard again. She's won the ball and put it out high up the court for Carlton.
What do Hart have to alter in this second half? Defensively, they've looked more sound in the last 10 minutes of this first half. But in the second half, to give themselves more attacking guile, what might the changes be?
Well, the inspiration and the courage to trust yourself in attack has to come from someone as Frascalzo breaks through. Complaining, she thought she was fouled. I think someone needs to step forward, perhaps Piers Barlow here, and just take the game on. Take some shots on 1v1s. Get 1 or 2 goals back. As Piers Barlow denied by Mason Jones.
Just a good save out of Mason Jones. Another Hart corner. As we said, in a bit of a lull, they've just started to wrestle some momentum. Is this the opportunity that brings a goal? Sent to the back post. Piers Barlow with a good take. Flick around Hubik. Caristol came across to good effect. Wave after wave being seen off. Inside the final 2 minutes to the break of the final act of the curtain raiser. And what a one it's been. The introduction was everything you could want it to be. The middle hosted a statement. It hosted something of real spark and of real headline-making ability. The closer to the story that is this evening to this point in time. Currently adorned in canary. Hubik, Frascalzo, to on quickly across, set for Abdul Latif. Wanted Hubik on the switch, but she'd gone too early.
Went for the pass. Frascalzo suggested maybe the shot was the option there. Unselfish from Abdul Latif. Piers Barlow finds DeWong, and Alvarenga stepped out of the goal, perhaps to try and help Carlton escape the press, deciding to employ their keeper.
Press evasion fifth, not the worst idea. Hard having to experiment to get beyond Fitzroy's side, who have been ferocious in this early stage. There have been glimpses. Hard have had moments where they've linked up well. It just needs to be more tangible. Frascalzo, Abdul Latif the later right. Frascalzo went alone and thumped it in with style, with class and with certainty. And Fitzroy have hit 7th heaven before the break.
Just too much space admitted to Claudia Frascalzo there. Carlton just backed off, and if you give a futsaloo that much time, she'll punish you. Finished into the top right corner.
It's fantastic from Frascalzo, someone who will be in the Golden Boot hunt again this season for sure. Already has had the gauntlet laid down in the game just gone. Chiwong with loft, but too much loft. It certainly has been a half of growing pains for Carlton Heart. Maybe not quite the resurgent return they had hoped for. Can they find themselves a goal? Final minute before the break. Racinos, smart, held off Ubik well. Racinos wanted to stab it before Smart down the line. She wasn't quite able to get there. Mason Jones for Frascalzo. Fitzroy certainly enjoying being back. Frascalzo continued her run, was found well by Abdul Latif. And Piers Barlow got out of the way just as Alvarenga came to claim. She looked long. Mason Jones has left the 8 vacant. Hugh Beak took a touch off Ferry before Frascalzo. And Piers Barlow stayed down.
Reece Inchuizi called onto the court. Hopefully not too serious fan of Piers Barlow. Took a tumble in the middle of the court.
Just getting tended to. Thankfully back up on her feet. Thankfully able to walk unaided. And although she and Reece Inchuizi are protesting that she'd be alright to carry on, a substitution has to be made.
Well, that's the rules. If the coach or someone comes on to treat players, the player must vacate the court, even if they're okay.
Good health can't forgo protocol. Referee's just making sure that all is well. No doubt Piers Barlow will be back out there in next to no time. Hubik, Caristal, the Fitzroy got one more before half time. It's flashed just wide. It would have been the exclamation mark on a half where, having seen the gauntlet be laid down already twice this evening, Fitzroy found an extra gear. Found a way to go above and beyond. Ruthless from start to finish. Not the return and not the opening return that Hart would have hoped for. But for Fitzroy, a year of challenge, a year where they look to restore themselves to the top, is off to the best possible start. Half-time in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 7, Carlton Heart 0.
Okay.
I'm here with Victorian Lions Gisela Pepino. Gisela, an amazing performance from you. Your first game in Series Futsal in Victoria. What was the thing that really brought you over to Victorian Lions?
I think now that there's an Australian women's squad, I think playing futsal all year round is really important. I know New South Wales is trying to start their own little winter league when we have our off-season from futsal in summer, but I feel like just want to have a taste of what it's like in other states and just see what the competition's like. Yeah, pretty much try to improve as a player myself by playing new players and stuff like that. Yeah.
And you mentioned wanting to get a taste of other states as well. What's
Yeah.
been the biggest difference you've seen just from tonight alone between Victoria and playing in New South Wales?
Oh, biggest difference. Oops, sorry. I don't know. I feel like definitely a lot more intense, I would say. I feel like because we don't know the girl, like I don't know pretty much anyone. I feel like it's a bit more like that competitive, or I don't know what's going to happen. So kind of like, yeah, that, I guess. I don't know. That's the difference, mate. Yeah.
And just what goals have you set yourself coming here this season? Obviously, a
Yeah.
massive check-off tonight in a big way. But
Yeah.
what else do you want to achieve in Victoria?
Definitely the things that we've been practicing at Oz Camp or New South Wales training. I feel like my coaches know if they see this, they know what I want to improve on. But yeah, mainly just like calming down a bit. I feel like that game I was a bit too excited because I wanted to just go. But yeah, calm down, focus on core fundamentals, like a bit more footwork skills, futsal related rather than the outdoor to put skills and stuff like that. Yeah, just get touches pretty much. Main thing. Yeah.
Gisela, well played tonight.
Yeah, thank
so
you.
much for your time.
Thank you.
The final half of opening night one, where we have seen the gauntlet laid down many a time, and we are watching it be chucked oh so differently once more. And we have two balls on the court momentarily as things get restarted. For Fitzroy and for Jimmy Soufas, I doubt they could have dreamed a better first 20 in the new year than this. 7-up against Carlton Hart, who are finding it a baptism of fire on their return to top flight futsal. It is a depleted Hart side, one with many an injury. They need to show more attacking guile in the second half, just to chip away. You don't want an opening day defeat. It won't be season defining, but you don't want it to take a while to recover from. They are in dangerous territory of that being the case here already. As Racinos, when searching for Martello, not a bad idea, just had too much on it. But for Fitzroy, Oscar, it's the kind of organisation, the kind of professionalism and the kind of ruthlessness that suggests that they will once again be there or thereabouts.
Agreed, Ethan. You can tell that despite the new signings, they've been working hard at training and they seem on the same page for the most part. Kara Stahl, Habik, Isabella Cincotta. They know what's going on. And I guess the scoreboard reflects that just as much. As I say that, a wayward pass from Habik ends up back with Lizer. Habik for Scalzo.
Transition. A really seamless transition for a lot of those signings.
But of course, a lot of the girls do play with each other in the national championship. For Victoria. And so training with each other throughout the year and now together at the same club where the same sort of things happen. Jimmy Soufas coaching both of them. Makes it an easy transition.
Certainly smooth and seamless. all of those Gold Coast, that friendliness has been foregone this evening, you get the feeling. Series Futsal's back, it has not lost its bite as a league.
Certainly not. They're here to play. Late on a Friday night.
There's a lot of new chapters and rivalries that are going to be written this season, written over the weeks. Frascalzo got up on the back stick and couldn't steer it beyond Alvarenga, who was quickly on for Martello. Had a flash, but air was always best placed. Abdulatif. She too wanted to thread the ball through. And a yellow card for good measure.
I think Piers Barlow may have just grabbed onto Frascalzo on the way there, stopping her run, and that is her 4th foul. So despite the contact, fair enough to go in the book from Turville on the far side. Lizaire to take. She lines it up, has a hit, and Alvarenga picks it up, goes for the shot. She sent it wide. Always a risk, the goalkeeper taking the free kick. Had Alvarenga have lined up her shot a little better, Lizaire would have been stranded. That's her beak. Finds Frascalzo. Frascalzo across the court. Last touch off Martello.
Two very different figures on the touchline. Recent Teresi always deep in thought. Jimmy Sufa's cutting a very calm figure so far this evening. Doesn't take a lot to wonder why. Juan's on the charge. Hart, who are still without. And she loses out to Caristal, who's got Ubik up with her. 2-on-2 for Fitzroy. The on-runners only came in retreat the other way. Only 2 available on the bench compared to truly a plethora of Fitzroy options as Frascalzo rolls in. It's supremely judged. It's tidily finished. Another expansive high press. Picked off and punished.
Yeah, cut out pass from the back there from Frascalzo, and you give her a chance like that, she'll put it away. Just tucked into the far corner. And you've got to be careful playing out from the back, especially on the high press.
Been one which Hart haven't been able to evade this evening either. Martello again swarmed by 2 Tigers. Ubik, the one who gave her the most hassle. Again Martello down the line again. Ubik following. And to good effect. Abdulatif. Ubik. Frascalzo wanted it threaded. Ubik dropped it off. Abdulatif. Caristal just dropped off to give an option. That's a lovely flick from Ubik for Frascalzo. Rosinos did well to stand up.
Little bit of flair from Mary Habik.
It's been a night of flair. It's been a night of expression. It's a good read from Piers Barlow, and it's a fantastic challenge in retreat from Frascalzo.
Just couldn't quite get her body in front of Claudia Frascalzo, could Piers Barlow, allowing her to just slide in and win the ball there.
Been that kind of evening for Hart. They've had a couple of glimpses, but outside of that, Fitzroy been in control. Rosinos rattles it into Frascalzo, who is there to make the block. It has been a feverishly good opening night. As you mentioned earlier, kicks off the start of an incredible weekend, a wondrous weekend. Saturday promises to see the start of the future. Frascalzo on the charge just wide. Saturday sees the stars of the future take to court, and then it's Super Sunday. And it truly is a Super Sunday. Clash of 2 titans to kick off the season. But for now, Fitzroy under Friday night lights, our Friday night fever, and Frascalzo squares it for Caristal, who steers in another.
Opens her account for Fitzroy Caristal. Clinical counter from Fitzroy. Squared across by Claudia Frascalzo and tucked away by Alexia Caristal.
It's ruthless, relentless. And in the end, just too much for Hart. It was a breakneck counter. Lightning quick. And Chincotta with a good challenge on Smart. Caristal moment for her, what a night for her, what a game she's had. Frescalzo, Cincotta. Again, Caristal, Smart again leads the press. Fitzroy moving hearts around marvellously. Frescalzo, one a bit heavy, Caristal kept it alive. Yeah, Reese and Teresi wanting Hart to drop, good read. And seen out by Frescalzo. Hart getting closer and closer to picking off something of promise for themselves. Here's Barlow the closest. It's Cincotta, Caristal, Frescalzo. Given room to drive. Diana sets for Claudia. Cincotta at the back post. Racino's got an important flick.
Cincotta to bring it in. Lays it off for Caristal. Cuts it across. Diana Frescalzo has a shot. Blocked by Racinos. And she'll clear her lines. Closed the shot well there, Racinos. Didn't allow Diana Frescalzo to get the ball out from her feet. It's back to Caristal. Across to Cincotta. Caristal. Frescalzo. Switch to Caristal. Back to Frescalzo. Fitzroy moving the ball well, but it's cut out by Racinos. She had it go. Lizaire was off her line.
And that ability, just to be able to steal in at the right time, to cut the lanes, is something that Hart had adjusted well. In the first half, they're very open, but now they've gotten a lot better at closing down, and with Fitzroy, it's forced them to be more patient.
Certainly has. Fitzroy trying to break Carlton down here, and they've found Frescalzo at the target. Couldn't quite get the turn done. She had space for a long time there, Claudia Frescalzo. Was calling for the ball, but couldn't quite get it to her feet as Caristal has a hit just over the bar.
Again, Caristal. Hart have an opportunity. Joffa cut it out well. And they found the arms of Elizabeth there. Fitzroy rotating the keepers at half time. Joff once again. Frescalzo in retreat, tiptoeing her way through. And Claudia Frescalzo got the final foot in. Easily getting prepped. Hart bench without movement. Just under a quarter of an hour to go. Racinos, Smart. Couldn't quite get around Cincotta. Where do Hart go from here? This isn't the be-all and end-all for the season. It obviously isn't the start they had in mind. But how do they push this to the side and regroup?
Sound like a broken record mentioning it, but of course, players coming back into the squad will be huge for Carlton when Beck Davies comes back. Brings leadership and experience to the team. Someone who so good, clinical, defends well. Someone they rely on heavily. And you can see from tonight, it's definitely hard to get the job done without her.
Cobby Wilbert as well, worth a mention. Two really metronomic players.
Certainly. The wait for Cobby might be a little longer than it is for Beck Davies with her ankle. Hopefully we'll see Beck Davies back in the next couple of weeks. Wilbert might be a bit of a longer wait, as Heasley can't quite bring it under control.
And that is the main issue for this Hart side. It's misfortune more than anything. It's a lovely take from Ferry. To spin McClure, just a bit too heavy for Duong. But it is that misfortune of the injuries and unavailabilities come into an opening night where everybody wants to start the season as strongly as possible. It's Frescalzo, couldn't find Cincotta, Racinos got in. And on the flip side of it, I doubt Fitzroy would have envisaged this going better.
Definitely a strong performance from Fitzroy tonight, as they would have been hopeful to have with the players they've brought in and the work they've put in. But yeah, certainly a positive outcome for them, and you can see the work starting to come out in an end product.
The complete number tonight somewhere in the late teens, early 20s with the numbers they had available. And you contrast that with Hart, who have 9. Injuries abating. Heasley, tidy touch from McClure, who kept on rolling. Racinos blocked. Fitzroy went the press. Tidy touch from Ferry. Now Smart's got room to go. Beyond Frascalzo, whose lunge was late. And for it, she'll receive a yellow card.
Frascalzo perhaps tried to slide in and block the ball. However, just found herself late on the player.
Alexandra Smart was collateral damage. It's a rather nasty tumble. Just a moment, see officials get on the same page. Hart have a free kick.
The Fitzroy bench in some confusion over the rolling fouls here.
Much conjecture as well. Official on the near side, Ben, happy to clear it up. Here's Barlow, Smart! Smashed it wide.
Couldn't quite get a head over the ball and keep it under.
And the discussion continues. Jimmy Soufis and Scott Rogan chiming in with Ben, the official, on our broadcast side. All in good spirit, though.
Fantastic job tonight, Seb, Ben and Turville. As always, our referees at the highest level here at Series Futsal Victoria.
Cincotta went on an amazing run. McClure happy to recycle it for Frascalzo. Cincotta once more. Here's Barlow quickly across the shot the door. Juwon gave her a hand. McClure battling. Smart came across well. It fell for Ferry, who was immediately pounced on by 3 Tigers and conceded a corner. It seems at the moment that is the only way out for Hart. Cincotta's take. Out for McClure. Rowan on the switch. Hanging on the edge of her area tentatively. Rowan. Cincotta got in ahead of Smart. Set it back for McClure, who went the clip. Rowan got under it, and it fell fortuitously for Alvarenga.
Out to Smart. Cut out by McClure as Smart tried to go down the line. She'll bring the ball back in. Finds Duong in the middle. Heasley with her. Back to Pierce Barlow. Good touch through the legs. Alexandra Smart comes through the middle of the court. Finds nothing ahead. Turns back and resets to Piers Barlow. Ferry. Look for the through ball for Piers Barlow. Lizer's come a long way, and Duong will finish it off. Carlton have a consolation prize, perhaps. Great ball through the middle from Ferry. Piers Barlow on the end of it. Switched across to Duong and tucked it away nicely past Lizer.
Courageous from Piers Barlow. Lizer didn't time it too lately, but it was late enough. Duong with an open net. Stolen, and it means now all of our teams are off the mark this season. No clean sheets kept on opening night. Fitzroy looking to right that concession immediately. Cincotta forces Alvarenga to drop down. No side ball. Heasley set it for McClure once more. Strike wasn't quite troubling. Alvarenga. Joffa. McClure stayed with her the whole way and made the challenge. Quick one taken. Juwon was lurking again. Hearts have just found a couple of gaps in the last minute or so since getting that goal. Heasley. Cincotta. Tried to draw Juwon into the press, didn't oblige. Joffa did for McClure. And this an evening. First Friday in February. Always hotly thought of on the calendar. Always well saved on the calendar.
Most anticipated time of the year, some say.
Not long after the Gold Coast, not long after the National Championships.
The Series Futsal fanatics out there will know this is a weekend to look forward to.
And it only gets better. tonight, we talk about it being a three-piece ensemble. Tonight as an introduction, not only was eye-opening, but it culminates on Sunday's encore, which should be something to behold.
Huge game, that El Clasico on Sunday, Fitzroy versus Moreland.
Plenty of new chapters to be written. It's Juwong. This time lost out to Rowan. Chincotta then took over. Rowan was charging, but it was behind her, and Joffa got the final touch.
Fitzroy makes some changes. Karastal, Hubik, Abdulatif all onto the court. As Rowan brings it in to Abdulatif, she has a go, and Alvarenga equal to it. Out to Duong. Finds Joffa in the middle. Hubik's won it back and will reset with Karastal. Across to Abdulatif. Takes it down the line, cuts back. Switch to Karastal. She have a go. And a fingertip perhaps, or the post denying Karastal.
And it's glorious futsal. The way that Abdulatif was just able to drag the entire heart shape open and open the room for Karastal to gallop down the right-hand side. The switch is placed perfectly so that she can come onto it first time. The strike is a good one, and it required a top save, but it's brilliant again from Fitzroy. Just the way that they worked the entire game over to a flank and still had the spare on the other side.
Moving the ball nicely out Fitzroy. Karastal across to Abdulatif. Rowan down the line. Heads back to Karastal. And Karastal's pass just out of reach for Mary Habik as it slides past. Fitzroy will stay high as Carlton have the ball in their half.
Approaching the final 10 minutes. Martello, she marked her debut through the legs of Abdulatif. Karastal tiptoeing terrifically beyond two as Rowan up with her. Fitzroy on the charge, waiting on the cavalry. Hubik was one and Jiwong was diligent. Martello. Again, Hart just struggled to play out. That's a lovely take. The strike, however, from Piers Barlow, more speculative.
Well, if she pulled it off, it would have been spectacular.
Karastal. Abdulatif, happy to drop it off. Fitzroy happy to take their time. Threaded terrifically. Abdulatif worked a yard, went the chip. And wasn't far away from a delightful way to reach double digits.
Great ball through the middle of the court. And Abdulatif on the turn just couldn't quite find the right angle. Abdulatif wins it out for a Carlton ball. Joffa to bring it in. Recycles to Racinos. Looks searching for through the middle of the court for Martello, but can't quite find her. It's Karastal. Abdulatif. Finds Frascalzo on the left. Inside to Karastal. Back to Abdulatif. Working the ball nicely, Fitzroy. Karastal. Down the line, Hubik. Cuts into the middle. Well cut out by Racinos for a Fitzroy side ball.
Much more measured outlook. You wonder if they will go fifth at any point in this final 10 minutes. Now is the time to experiment on opening night. Abdulatif tried to move beyond Martello. Karastal, whose touch was a good one. The second one just invited Racinos to come across and shut the door. A couple of Carlton changes being prepped. Smart reinstated. Just the one for now. Martello couldn't get in ahead of Hubik. Abdulatif. Threaded for Karastal. The return for Hubik was too heavy, and Smart now took over. She's got room to charge. And again, it was crowded out by all four in canary yellow. Karastal has had a very, very tidy start to life at Fitzroy this evening. Ferry gave it to Racinos, who's charging beyond Hubik. Threaded back for Ferry, who went first time. And Elizabeth there had to pour it away for a corner.
Couldn't quite get the finishing touch on it, Ferry. Perhaps should have looked lower into the corner in the end. Comfortable for Liz there to step across the goal and parry it out for a corner.
Carlton Hart corner. Geelong's take. Somehow stayed alive. Whether that stayed on the line or not is perhaps open to interpretation. Alvarenga from range! And Air had to balance against the goal frame just to ensure it stayed out. Abdul Latif. Friscalzo. Lovely switch for Leila Abdul Latif, who had a poke at the near post.
Saw Alvarenga slightly out of position. Saw the front post open up and tried her luck. Abdul Latif couldn't quite tuck it inside as Habik wins it from the throw. Friscalzo on the turn against Racinos. Gets there Friscalzo and across the goal. No one at the back post. Lovely turn and pass across the goal from Friscalzo. Just searching for that finishing touch, but no teammate was there.
At double digits, still evading Fitzroy. They would be the only team tonight to hit it on opening night. When we talk about making your mark, they've done that and then some. It is a frightening performance. Karistal. Abdul Latif drilled into Ferry, fell for Kubik. Fancies a go herself. Wasn't far away, just lapped the curve to trouble. Abdul Latif comes for a breather. Racinos. Kubik one in, Karistal took over. Kubik. Karistal. Fitzroy charging, Friscalzo. Went the long way round and only fell out of play.
Just a bit of a heavy touch around Piers Barlow there for Scalzo. Couldn't quite catch up with the ball. And Smart can't quite get it under control. Fitzroy will win a side ball just inside the attacking half. As we push on late into the night, the first night of Series Futsal in 2026. Karistal to take, finds Diana Friscalzo on the shot. Good block by Racinos and cleared away by Piers Barlow.
We are approaching the 11th hour of the eve. Karistal. Friscalzo was darting across at the near post. The most anticipated of returns. For a league that delivers in droves, it has still done that and then some. And Alexandra Smart encroached a bit too early. Friscalzo, Karistal. Again for Friscalzo. Fitzroy happy to take their time. Karistal driving, switching. Claudia Friscalzo. Diana was on the overlap. Ubik instead. Now it does find Diana Friscalzo. Hart closing out well and to very good effect. Ferry couldn't find Smart and now they're one down. Ubik again lost out. Friscalzo in retreat. Just ensured that Ferry would get a foot on it.
Karistal tries it herself. Ambitious effort. A good save from Alvarenga. She rolls out to Piers Barlow. Back to Racinos. Under pressure from Friscalzo. Racinos has lost out to Hubik. Finds Friscalzo in the corner. And Racinos has won it for a corner for Fitzroy.
Again, no timeouts in this second half. You wonder when it might get used. It could be 2 minutes, it could be 2 seconds. There's only one man who knows. There's Friscalzo from the corner. Flashes her effort wide. Reese into Reese, perhaps happy to let this one play out. Racinos only drilled it to Hubik, whose touch was heavy. Piers Barlow did well to win it. Racinos couldn't find Smart. Friscalzo's foot in. Found its way to Hubik. It was just behind Claudia Friscalzo. And Piers Barlow again did well before running out of room.
Fitzroy's high press still proving difficult for Carlton to get out of, as it has all game. Just can't find that final ball to the target to get out of press.
Has been a hassle for Hart. Who still have been unable to find a way to break through. Chincotta. Heasley. Lovely run from Friscalzo. McClure lurking. Which wasn't able to be found. Watching the final 5 minutes of Friday's final act for the first time in the year. Chincotta did well to win it. McClure, Heasley. McClure once more. Chincotta. Frascalzo dropped off. Racines went on the press. Chincotta giving room to roam. Frascalzo, Heasley. Down the line for McClure. Fitzroy working it well. Frascalzo hustled Juwong and did very well.
Fitzroy to stay high again. 2v2 at the side ball. McClure covering at the back. Racines tries to find the target. McClure does well to win that ball. Chincotta will take possession. Through the legs of Piers Barlow, although she's done well to win it back. Across goes Yoffe and well cut out by McClure.
Two very important pieces, you'd imagine, to the Fitzroy puzzle this season. McClure in particular. Isabella Chincotta making her mark. A tidy debut. Racines. Here's Barlow, got away from Chincotta. The ball only rolled to Frascalzo, who turned smartly. Chincotta dropped off at the wrong time.
And it appears Barlow working hard all night. And perhaps hasn't seen the fruits of her labours that she wished for. Hit the post early in the game. Thought Carlton may have had a chance to go 1-0 up, as she's been fouled. Chincotta going in hard and sums up Carlton's night.
It's well protected by Piers Barlow. Wins a free kick. Someone who's given it everything. Racines has given it straight to Frascalzo. Heasley was charging, Frascalzo was tumbling, and Juwon came away with it. Frascalzo, never one to give up, continued on.
Good recovery from Frascalzo, winning the side ball back. It's recycled. Chincotta. Across to McClure. Down the line, Heasley gets it back. McClure gets her shot away. Just couldn't quite get it out from under her foot and misses wide.
Will double digits evade them? They've been on 9 for quite some time. You want to make a statement, there's only one way to do it. Frascalzo. Shifted beyond Juwon. Set it back for Chincotta. McClure, Chincotta. On the switch for Heasley. McClure. Waited on the runner, wanted Heasley to go. She didn't quite oblige her with a follow through. For one, the perfect start. For the other, much to learn. Alvarenga. Joffa was in on her own, but it was a tidy flick from McClure. Chincotta, Frascalzo, Chincotta. Brilliant block from Martello. Finds its way out to Heasley via a ricochet. McClure tiptoeing, and Alvarenga saving superbly. And the timeout will come. 3.5 till the end. Fitzroy fancy a timeout on a night that has been theirs for quite some time. As we get a timeout, it's Fitzroy 9, Carlton Heart 1.
She
We return from timeout. It's been Fitzroy's for some time. They have a corner. They are in search of a double-digit demolition job to start the season. Frascalzo couldn't quite find Caristal. Piers Barlow did supremely well and is now on the charge. Around 1, around 2, around 3. And only into the arms of Elizabeth Eyre, who's quick to find Diana Frascalzo. Claudia, who's happy to call for calm. Caristal. Frascalzo. Layla Abdulatif. Frascalzo's run was wonderful. The ball threaded superbly, and it won't trickle over the line the first time nor the second. It tiptoed its way towards it and then was thumped away, but they're not done yet. Frascalzo, Caristal, off the post via a fingertip, off the post again. Unbelievable.
It's all happening.
Unbelievable.
It's all happening. Off the post twice. The referee taking evasive manoeuvres from the ball. Fitzroy can't quite reach that 10th goal. Abdulatif back to Caristal. Switch across to Frascalzo. Down the line, Abdulatif. Can't quite get under control. And Martello is happy with touch.
How close can you get? Nearly trickled over the line. Off a fingertip onto the post, then onto the other post. It is truly remarkable. Frascalzo took a wicked deflection off Smart, who's then found by Alvarenga. Martello had advanced, and Caristal's challenge was a good one. It has been relentless, start to finish. Martello, return for Smart, who snatched at it.
Was a good run from Smart. Got on the back of Alexia Caristal and just snuck into the middle. Just couldn't quite get the shot on target. But a good, positive run. Something we hope to see more from Carlton for the rest of the season. Something tonight maybe that was lacking a little. This is back with Racines. Down the line. Martello. Abdulatif puts in a good tackle. Martello still with the ball. And a wayward pass sees the ball out. Fitzroy to reset.
A night of two very different settings in terms of pace, in terms of preparation. Heart rocked by a multitude of injuries. And Fitzroy, they've been gearing up for this for some time. It's a good challenge from Racines. They start as they wish to go on. The same fashion, the same vein, all of it. For Hart, this is hard to take. They would have thought of a more fruitful, of a happier return to the top flight. However, it doesn't always follow the script. This first chapter, about to be penned, is for them, unfortunately, inked in annoyance. Frascalzo, is there a double digit for the road? Sister couldn't quite find another. Fitzroy have got 61 seconds to find a 10th. Or can Hart take one more with them? Martello dropped it up for Piers Barlow. It's a lovely check away from Frascalzo. Martello wanted Smart, who drifted wide. Caristal on for Frascalzo. Caristal's got one way, one the other. Frascalzo at the back stick. Alvarenga gathered at the second time of asking. Quickly went on for Martello, who was pressed immediately by Caristal. And that really has been the summation of the night. One has been ruthless and the other, I don't want to say toothless because it is harsh. However, for Hart, there is much to expand on, I'm sure.
I think certainly positives to be gleaned from Hart's performance tonight. Despite the score, Piers Barlow's played well, pressed hard. Alvarenga was solid in the goals. She comes to make another save now. I think overall they haven't been too bad, just outplayed.
It won't be their night. The clock will beat Fitzroy to grab 10, but it is the statement start to the season that Jimmy Soufas would have dreamed of. It was imperious, imposing, matter of fact, and devastating. If that is what we are in for, the race is already on. Full time in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 9, Carlton Hart 1.
في أكبر